ask the Cabinet Secretary for Education the following questions. Could the Cabinet Secretary explain the rationale and policy behind the directive transferring secondary school teachers in physics, chemistry, biology, and history to junior secondary schools? Number 2, state the measures implemented to ensure harmony in primary schools, especially considering the different uniforms and titles for grade 7 pupils and class 8. 3, provide a list of secondary school lacking functional laboratories. Clarify the number of times candidates in these schools have taken KCSE practical exams elsewhere, and state whether these schools will be equipped with laboratories before equipping junior secondary schools. Question number 4, outline the total number of lessons each pupil is supposed to offer per week, the requisite hours for rest, and why there has been an increase in the number of primary school pupils attending lessons over the weekends. Question number 5, give reasons why the book, the Diary of Wimp Kit, which contains very obscene language, has not been banned from the circulation. Outline measures put in place to ensure books with improper language are not allowed into the country. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
CS.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for those questions. Mr. Speaker, the answer to question 1 is that the government has not issued and or made any policy directive to transfer secondary school teachers in any physics, chemistry, biology, and history to junior school. There is no such policy by the government. Question 2, the measures taken. Mr. Speaker, junior schools are domiciled in existing primary schools. The ministry issued the guidelines for the implementation of junior school education in January 2023. Mr. Speaker, the guidelines stipulate that junior school leadership shall determine the uniform for their schools in consultation with the respective stakeholders and the sub-county director of education. This includes additional unique features for identification and branding of the institutions. The guidelines also provide clear that no learner shall be excluded from school for failure to afford a school uniform. Mr. Speaker, the determination of school uniforms through stakeholder involvement is meant to ensure that the specific school community decides on the uniforms that is sensitive to their needs of the school, thereby ensuring that there is harmony. In any event, Mr. Speaker, junior school and primary schools are under the same board management and the same head of institution, thereby creating a basis for harmonious functioning in the same institution. Mr. Speaker, we also wish to inform the House that the last cohort of Class 8 sat their examinations in December 2023. Currently, all learners in grade 7 onwards are in junior school under the competency-based education. Mr. Speaker, on question 3, the schools that are lacking functional laboratories. Mr. Speaker, the list of schools without laboratories is provided in Annex 1 of our written report. There are, however, a total of 1,366 secondary schools countrywide that do not have functioning laboratories. Mr. Speaker, in the next financial year, we have made a plan to construct approximately 2,000 laboratories in secondary schools, and that will be covered in these schools that do not have laboratories at the moment. Mr. Speaker, We will also be seeking the support of the House to provide further resources for the construction of these particular laboratories, especially as we approach the 100% transition to senior school next year. I wish to once again thank members of Parliament for the support they have given us in funding infrastructure development in schools through NGCDF. We look forward to further support in equipping these secondary schools and these labs. Mr. Speaker, I wish to request for additional time to be able to provide information on the actual number of times that candidates in each of these specific schools have taken KCSE practical exams elsewhere other than in the schools that they are supposed to have done because of the lack of the laboratories. I wasn't able to get that information, and I wish to get lower primary, which is grade 1 to 3, and upper primary, which is grade 4 to 6. The implementation of the curriculum is designed in a timetable that changes with the levels as the learners graduate or progress. The timetable for pre-primary level presents 5 lessons per day and 25 lessons per week, and they have 4 breaks each, including day break. At the lower primary level, grade 1 to 3, the timetable presents 6 lessons per day, 31 lessons per week with 4 breaks per day. At the upper primary level, grade 4 to 6, the timetable provides for 7 lessons per day, 35 lessons per week, which lasts for 30 minutes each. There are 4 breaks per day. At grade 7, 8, and 9, which is junior school, the timetable presents 8 lessons per day. Each lesson takes 40 minutes. There are 41 lessons per week, including pastoral times, and there are 4 breaks per day. Mr. Speaker, I wish to confirm that the official timetable does not accommodate any programs for attending lessons over the weekend. Learners are expected to rest on Saturdays and Sundays and on public holidays. Any instances in which learners are required to attend school over the weekend will be therefore irregular. The ministry will take appropriate corrective action once such cases are reported to us. In the response, Mr. Speaker, I have provided a table that stipulates what I have just indicated, and I do not need to go through it because of time, but it is clear that we have 25 lessons for pre-primary per week, 31 lessons for grade 1 to 3, 35 lessons for grade 4 and 6, 41 lessons for junior school. Mr. Speaker, on the question of the book, The Diary of a Wimpy Kid, the mentioned book is not part of the books that have been approved by the Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development for use in our schools. The regulation, however, of books circulating in Kenya is within the purview of the Ministry of Information, Communication and Digital Economy within the legal framework of the Books and Newspapers Act Cap 111. We have brought the subject matter to the attention of the said ministry for appropriate action, and we will follow up to confirm that that particular offending book has been deregistered from approval.
Member for Westlands.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I would like to ask the Minister, Bwana Sears, we have these teachers who are employed by the Board of Management, BOM. So sometimes when these teachers are absorbed by TSC, why is it that when they are absorbed by TSC, they are posted outside the jurisdiction where they have been operating? They are not even allowed to be posted back to the schools that have actually been supporting them. They are even posted outside the county. I remember within my constituency, there were teachers who were employed by a BOM, and when they were absorbed by TSC, they were posted to Kajiado and other counties outside Nairobi. Why is that so? And Bwana Sears, then the GSS There are some schools that have got more children in this junior secondary, and you find that the ratio teacher to the pupils, to the students, is like some schools just have about 1 or 2 teachers. How do you ensure that these children will get adequate lessons from these teachers? Because I don't think 2 teachers can manage to handle 200 students alone. Thank you.
Yes, yes, Ferdinand Wanyonyi, and you'll be the only joyrider to that.
Yeah, on question number 4, the CS, you have said that it's illegal for schools to have lessons over the weekend. Pana CS, I don't know why it should be illegal, because there is also a catch-up. Just in case there's a problem, maybe the teacher was sick or something like that, why should you say this will be illegal to have lessons over the weekend? Yet that is just maybe for the particular class or whatever to catch up in case there's been a problem.
CS.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the question of the BM teachers who are absorbed by TSC, once the teachers have been absorbed by TSC, they become subject to the guidelines and regulations that govern the TSC employed teachers, one of which is that they can be transferred to work anywhere in the country. And that is the reason why that transfer happened and you are moved from where you were to another place, because now you are subject to a completely different set of regulations and you become a teacher of TSC, not the teacher for that particular BOM school. And that is the reason why that transfer or that posting is done. The question of the teacher-student ratio in JSS, it is true we have a shortage of the teachers, but the ministry through TSC and other stakeholders have employed 46,000 intern teachers to cap this shortage. We're also planning to employ another 20,000 teachers. And during the month of December, TSC and other multi-agency organizations will be retooling the existing teachers so that they are trained well enough to be able to take up the lessons that are required for grade 9 in the junior school, so that that gap is reduced. But the reason why we have those shortages is because of financial constraints, and as we keep getting budgets, we'll keep increasing the number and reducing the gap of the teacher-student ratio. And we are going to be ensuring that we are using other aids, including digital teaching, so that the students get as much as possible out of the lessons they are getting in order for them to get the actual standard lessons that they need to get. I indicated that on the question of weekend lessons, they are not official. I didn't say they are illegal, Mheshimiwa Wanyonyi. I said it is irregular. It's not usual. It is irregular because it's not a legal requirement for us to have them over the weekends. But where teachers and the students agree and the parents, they can have those remedial classes in agreement by consent. But it's not a government policy that we should have lessons on weekends as a legal or as a circular or as a government position. It is something that they can do as an arrangement within themselves. But it is not illegal. I said it is irregular. There's a bit of a difference there. Thank you, Mwesh.
Question 091 of 2024, member for Kinango. Honorable Gonzirai.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to ask question number 091. Could the Cabinet Secretary provide the status of the delayed pension payment for Mr. Salim Mndalundegwa, who was a teacher at Nzovuni Primary School up to 30th of June 2022, when he was put on compulsory retirement? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The processing of Mr. Salim Mndalundegwa's pension stalled due to the disparities in his set of names as indicated on the various documents in the teacher service record. The teacher's names on record seem to refer to different persons. The commission duly communicated this to the teacher. He was requested to obtain a deed poll if he intended to have changed his names. It is noted from the record that the teacher's documents bear the following different sets of names: Salim Mundalo as one set, Ndegwa Mundalo as another set, Mundalu Chirunga another set, and lastly Mundalu Salim Ndegwa Chirunga, respectively. These disparities were noted on the academic and professional testimonials, as well as the old generation identity card that particular teacher used. A reminder was sent to the teacher via a letter dated 15 February 2024 to submit a deed poll in order to regularize his names. However, to date, that teacher has not submitted the same to facilitate the finalization of his claim. A copy of the letter to the teacher is provided as annexure number 2. Thank you, I submit.
Gonzirai, I think that is very clear. Do you have any supplementary?
It is very clear, but what is actually bothering me is that on 6th of February 2024, I wrote to them requesting if there was any problem. Today I'm being told they wrote on 15th and the teacher has not received that letter. Currently he's in hospital. So if I could just get a copy of that letter, I could just facilitate the deed plan for the exercise to be expedited. Thank you.
Provide the details to...
We'll provide the details before we leave.
Didoraso.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Waziri, the issue that has been presented to you is not a standalone one. Teachers work for very many years, maybe 40 years, 45, stretching up to 50 years. But when it comes to pension, they actually slog. They spend a lot of money to come to Nairobi to look for their pension. Are you able to put a policy in place such that those who have worked for many years actually will receive their pension in ease? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
I'm discouraging many joyriders, but as give him give Honorable Melemba the mic.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I confirm. The question, the way it has been answered, looks very simple and easy. But good luck, somebody else has talked about it. What is the ministry doing about pensions for teachers? Because now it's a broad thing that's affecting many families, that many teachers are unable to get their pensions on time. Thank you.
Dorothy, what is it? I said I want only one joyrider. Give Dorothy.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I too rise to ask the ministry what they are doing to streamline the pension payment to alleviate the suffering of teachers who retire. Honorable Speaker, it is evident that, as it has been alluded, that teachers work for close to 40 years, and after retire, they languish, and some of them eventually die even before receiving their pension payment. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Speaker. This concern is well noted, and since we are doing the review of the actual TSC acts and other legal instruments that govern this sector, we will indeed bring it upon ourselves to ensure that we have done an amendment to how the pension fund for the TSC is run, to include, I think, a provision that once a teacher is about to retire, 12 months to that retirement age, the processing of their documentation and what needs to happen when they retire in terms of their pension should be in place, so that they do not have to leave and then come back to TSC to be able to get their pension. It should be done while they are in service during the last year of their service. So we'll include it in our regulations.
Question 093 of 2024, member for Nairobi County, Esther Passaris. Esther Passaris, question dropped. You can't joyride on no question. Question 094, 2024, Victor Koech. Mandazi, is he in the house? Honorable Victor Koech of Chepalungu. Question dropped. Question 096 of 2024, member for Nyeri Town, Duncan Madenge. Order. Honorable Madenge, question dropped. Question 097 of 2024, member for Emuhaya Omboko Milemba.
Very well, Honorable Speaker. I'm asking the following question to the Cabinet Secretary for Education. Will the Cabinet Secretary explain why the Ministry is yet to provide authorization for purpose of conducting fresh parent associations election in various counties and sub-counties? Parent associations. Number two, provide a specific date when the parent association elections in various counties and sub-counties will be held. And number three, state measures in place by the Ministry to ensure that in future elections are conducted on a regular basis for effective management of schools. And further, is the Cabinet Secretary aware that a Teacher Service Commission was to do promotions of more teachers, but somewhat they have been curtailed by the Ministry of the Treasury to do what otherwise they would have done, because they don't need any monies from Treasury, but they just need to use their own monies, to promote about 45,000 teachers. And you being the oversighting ministry, you could make a comment on that. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And for the record, Honorable Gonzirai has received the letter. You can confirm we have given you that letter for Ndalu. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, may I respond to the questions asked by Honorable Mboko as follows? Mr. Speaker, paragraph 5 of the third schedule of the Basic Education Act 2013 provides that there shall be established a national parents associations, county parents associations, and sub-county parents associations elected by parents associations from schools through a delegate system. Just like other registered associations, Mr. Speaker, the National Parents Association is guided by its own constitution. The association does not require the authorization of the Ministry of Education to hold elections at the county and sub-county levels. The constitution of the association provides for the conduct of elections of its officials. As a ministry, Mr. Speaker, we are available upon request to provide any facilitative support to the extent possible to enable the associations undertake free, fair, and transparent elections in accordance with their constitutions. Mr. Speaker, in terms of management at the school levels, we have ensured compliance with the requirements of paragraph 1 of the third schedule of the Basic Education Act 2013. There are functional parents associations in our schools. Parents are also represented in the school's boards of management as required by Section 56, subsection 1 of the Act. There was a question on promotion of teachers by TSC. I didn't have that question on record, so I don't have the data. I could be given time to get the data and then I can respond to it. It was not on the question paper.
Thank you. Milemba? Honorable Milemba?
The Honorable Minister has given a very straightjacket answer to my question. But Parents Association, Honorable Speaker, was actually supposed to be managed in a way that we have a safety valve in our schools. And it was the responsibility of the ministry to make sure that that organ is operating, because originally we had several of them and were competing against each other in a way that education was not running properly. And he is aware of that. So as he says that he is waiting to be approached for any difficulties, is he aware that such elections have never been held for the last more than 6 years? And therefore, what is he doing as a minister to make sure that
In all schools or in some specific schools?
All schools, all places. So therefore, what is the ministry doing in its responsibility as a Minister of Education, running of education, to make sure that that happens? He cannot run away from it.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as I've indicated, the parents' associations in our schools are functional and they are available. What may not have taken place is the elections in the National Parents Associations, which is like an umbrella body. And I'm getting that information now that there have not been elections in 6 years. I'm going to be able to look into it and find out what role the ministry can do to undertake to ensure that that is done. Yeah,
Thank you. Pasares.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I know you called my question when I wasn't here. I apologize. We have a delegation from China, and I had asked a question to the delegation, and I had to wait for the answer, as it would be unparliamentary to ask a question to a foreign delegation and then leave before they give the answer. I beg to ask the question 093.
I have not given you authority. You are only explaining why you are not here.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, you know that when we come with these questions, because we extend...
Include provision for hardship allowance to technical, vocational, hardship allowance to technical, vocational, education tech training tutors in Yata constituency, despite their counterparts employed by the Teachers Service Commission receiving such allowance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At the outset, Mr. Speaker, I wish to state that there are different allowances schemes for the teachers who are employed by the Teacher Service Commission and technical trainers who are part of the National Public Service. The current designation of hardship areas for the National Public Service is set out in the circular by the Chief of Staff and Head of Public Service dated 7th of December 2015 under reference number OB/CAB.1.31A. A copy of that circular is annexed as annexure number 5. The area where Yata Technical Vocational College is located is not among the designated areas or hardship areas. On the other hand, legal notice number 534 of 1997 under the Teachers Service Commission Act includes Yata Division as a hardship area. A copy of the legal notice is also provided as an Annex number 6. Mr. Speaker, we are working with the relevant government agencies under the leadership of the Ministry of Public Service and Human Capital Development to streamline the framework on the payment of hardship allowance. We have taken note to highlight these discrepancies to the Ministry of Public Service and Human Development for appropriate action. I submit.
Anton Oloch. Sorry, Basil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think the response is not satisfactory and is actually discriminating when you say some tutors should not receive allowance like other tutors who are facing the same challenges like them. So I think the ministry needs to do some research to ensure there is parity when it comes to giving allowance to tutors. Mr. Speaker, I also have another question on the capitation funds. For 2023, there were arrears of more than 22% of capitation funds to my primary schools. So can the ministry explain why is it so? Number two, now we are in examination period and my sub-account directors of education have no means of transport, Mr. Speaker, and I raised that question to the ministry. So can the ministry tell us whether they are going to give a vehicle for my sub-account directors to boost their mobility as they discharge or deliver services in the sub-county? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And in a related question, I think the Cabinet Secretary has a duty to let the members know what the general policy of the ministry is to ensure that TVETs, which this house every year allocates money to, and it's supposed to be a bridge between the universities and people who cannot make it to the universities, do not collapse. And I ask this because of the perennial non-remittance of capitation to TVETs. Could the Cabinet Secretary enlighten what the policy is generally to ensure TVETs do not collapse and that they get capitation like the universities? Thank you.
Barto.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a related question on TVET. I want to ask the Cabinet Secretary, when is he planning to complete Moiben School of TVET, which has been incomplete for the last 15 years?
Members, I said only one joyrider. Now I see so many hands. Tuitum.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The issue of undisable allowance is a weighty matter in this country. In 2021, there was a tripartite task force that went around the entire country, mapping out regions that need to be included in the unsafe areas. Is the minister aware that that report has not been released yet? And why has it not been released? Because the task force involved the Ministry of Education, Ministry of Interior, and the TSC to map out new regions that require hardship allowance. And again, it is the civil service or civil servant within an unsafe area who are supposed to be benefiting, not the categories, whether you are in Tibet, you are a teacher, or you are in any other country. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To Honorable Basil's question, on the question of capitation, the capitation is normally released based on the exchequer that is received, and it is distributed across the country to all the learners. And as I think I was here before and I indicated that there has not been a year when capitation has been released 100%. There's always a shortfall, and as a government, we try as much as possible to ensure that what we get, we distribute it evenly across the country so that as many children as possible can get to school. In terms of the hardship question, hardship area question, and I can answer that generally, is that it is true that there are discrepancies on how the issue of hardship is determined. In fact, the other day I was in Rabai, which is a hardship area. It is also not registered as an hardship area. So as a ministry, what we've done is do a document, and we are presenting it to the Ministry of Public Service in order for them to harmonize the hardship areas, because like in Yata, you'd find the TSC are determined as hardship, and then the trainers are not hardship because they fall in the civil service. That is not right. So we are working towards harmonizing that whole area of the issue surrounding hardship so that it is harmonized, it is determined, it is clear, there is clarity around it. So we are working towards ensuring that it is harmonized. On the question of Moiben, the challenge that has been there is a question of getting funds for the infrastructure. We have a number of institutions that are incomplete, and Moiben is part and parcel of that. So what we have done under the TVET department is to come up with all the register of all the TVETs that are not complete and work out how much money we require in order for them to be completed. And we're going to be presenting this, and hopefully this house will allocate resources so that we can complete those particular TVETs that are not completed, even as we do the new ones. And in terms of the non-remittance of capitation to TVETs, just like in universities, that issue has been addressed. I came into office and I found it was an issue, and we addressed it, and now the resources are released at the same time as when we are releasing the university capitation. So like now we are releasing the ones for the universities, and we are releasing together with the ones of TVETs because they face the same issues. So it's already been addressed. Thank you.
Which one has India answered?
But by sub-county directors of education, they are immobilized.
Oh yes, thank you. Thank you. Quite recently, we got resources to do 2022, I think 2023, we got resources to buy some vehicles for sub-counties, and they were distributed and they got finished. So we are coming back again to request for more resources and more budget to ensure that at least each sub-county has a means as a vehicle. So the challenge that we have is not that we do not want to give them vehicles, the budgetary limitations. But once we buy, we continue allocating them, and we are reducing the number. So it is in the pipeline. Thank you.
Thank you. Question number 099 of 2024. Member for Kibwezi West, Mwengi Mutuse. I have received a letter from Mwengi Mutuse nominating Edwin Mugo Gishuki to ask the question on his behalf. Edwin, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask question 099/24 on behalf of Honorable Mwengi Mutuse. Could the Cabinet Secretary, 1, confirm that 12,000 acres of land located at Kisayani Kibwezi West constituency was surrendered by the locals to the University of Nairobi in the year 1988 with the proposal that a higher education institution would be set up in the area? 2, explain why it has taken inordinately long for the university to establish processes in building and opening of the university on the said land. 3, clarify whether there are plans to start a university campus within the existing buildings, and if not, state whether the land can revert to its original owners. 4, clarify whether sections of the land are being allowed to private investors, and if so, provide the measures put in place to ensure there is transparency and public participation, including consultation with elected leaders in this process. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to confirm that the University of Nairobi has ownership of the 12,000 acres of land at Kisayani, Kibwezi West constituency under land reference number 25060. This land was allocated to the university by the government of Kenya in 1988, following a comprehensive process of relocation and compensation of the original occupants. The primary purpose, Mr. Speaker, of the allocation of the land was to establish a specialized research and training institute focusing on range management and dry land natural resources. Mr. Speaker, despite the lack of funding that has hindered the development of large-scale physical infrastructure, the university has actively utilized the land and Kisayani for research, training, and community outreach. The strategies that the university has employed to use the land are as follows. Between 1988 and 1992, the university developed essential infrastructure to support both short and long-term academic programs alongside research facilities and training infrastructure. Number two, through international collaboration, particularly with Mashavu University from Israel and supported by USAID funding, the university implemented a state-of-the-art irrigation demonstration center. This project, which operated from 1992 to 2004, successfully cultivated Asian vegetables, tropical crops, and fruits, providing significant employment opportunities and enhancing food security for the local community. During this period, the university established the Institute of Dryland Research Development and Utilization, which has been instrumental in conducting research on dryland resource utilization. The Institute actively engages with local communities through workshops and seminars focusing on livestock, husbandry, dryland crops, forestry, and land rehabilitation. The university actively uses infrastructure on the land for departmental research, training, and community support. Mr. Speaker, the Institute for Dryland Research, Development, and Utilization operates as a fully fledged unit of the University of Nairobi. The facility serves as an integral dryland research academic center of excellence, supporting various departments across the university as follows. The Department of Land Resource Management and Agricultural Technology conducts research in the rangeland ecology and biodiversity conservation. Number two, the Faculty of Veterinary Medicine utilizes the facility for animal health research and community outreach services. Number three, the Department of Geospatial and Space Technology conducts experiential learning, inland survey, and remote sensing. Number four, in collaboration with the Kenya Meteorological Services and the Ministry of Environment, the Department of Geology has established a seismology center for monitoring seismic activities. And number five, the Department of Chemistry conducts significant research on ethnomedicinal plants and herbs. Mr. Speaker, the Institute maintains a comprehensive demonstration field where the university promotes livestock management, agriculture, dryland pasture, production, and horticultural crops. The seemingly undeveloped portions of the land serve a crucial purpose in ecological studies and biodiversity monitoring and conservation. The land is therefore under active utilization. The original owners were duly compensated and resettled in Masangaleni, and therefore there are no grounds for reversion of ownership. Going into the future, Mr. Speaker, the university's master plan envisions the advancement of the Kisayani site through the following plans: partnering with the county government of Makueni to integrate local development priorities into research and education, exploring carbon trading opportunities through reforestation and dryland biodiversity conservation initiatives, and three, mobilizing resources in the area of climate resilience and fostering partnerships that advance the university's mission. Mr. Speaker, no part of the land has been allocated to private investors. The Land Commission acquired 2 hectares, that is measuring 6.8 acres of the land, for upgrading of the Kibwezi Mutomo Kitui Kabati Migwane Road project. The university has current partnership with the Kenya Forestry Research Institute and the International Institute of Tropical Agriculture, which advance the university's research objectives. KEFRI conducts valuable research on vocational, benefiting dryland communities, while ITTA supports the Kibwezi Entrepreneur Youth Group, providing crucial agricultural entrepreneurship training. The university has also partnered with the Utafiti Day Boarding Primary School, which occupies a portion of the land. The land occupied by the school is not used for any private activities and does not affect the university's development. I submit.
Thank you.
Both for primary and secondary and the ordinary schools. And secondary and the ordinary schools. And 2, provide details of the criteria used to post teachers to special needs institutions, including whether it considered the ratio of teachers to pupils. And lastly, 3, elaborate on the measures being taken by the ministry to ensure that special needs institutions have enough teachers and necessary facilities as provided in the ordinary schools. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There are 378 integrated primary schools. There are 378 integrated primary special needs education schools in the country with an enrollment of 40,282 learners. There are 2,514 special primary schools with an enrollment of 77,283 learners. There are 81 secondary schools, special needs education schools with a total enrollment of 7,183 learners. There are 155 junior school special needs education institutions with an enrollment of 3,443 learners. We also have 112 pre-vocational special needs education institutions with a total enrollment of 2,067 learners. Mr. Speaker, the TSC Commission deploys teachers to special needs education schools based on 1, the ratio of teachers to pupils, number 2, the type of disability, and number 3, the level of disability. Accordingly, Mr. Speaker, pursuant to that classification of disability under the sector policy of learners and trainees with disabilities 2018, the pupil-teacher ratio for various categories of SNE of special needs education is as shown as follows. Number 1, the mentally handicapped have a teacher-student ratio of 1 to 10. Mentally handicapped that is severe has a teacher-student ratio of 1 to 4. Autism has a teacher-learner ratio of 1 to 4. Physically handicapped have a teacher-learner ratio of 1 to 15. Cerebral palsy has a teacher-learner ratio of 1 to 4. Hearing impaired has a teacher-learner ratio of 1 to 12. Visually impaired has a teacher-learner ratio of 1 to 15. The deaf-blind have a teacher-learner ratio of 1 to 1. To address the current teacher shortage in special schools and units, the Teacher Service Commission has employed the following measures. 1, it has deployed 5,363 qualified teachers from regular schools to special schools and units in the 2023-2024 and 2024-2025 financial year in 4 phases as follows. In phase 1, it was done in May 2024, and 1,763 teachers were deployed. In phase 2, September 2024, 1,200 teachers were deployed. In phase 3, January 2025, it is intended to deploy 1,200 teachers, and in phase 4, June 2025, we'll deploy another 1,200 teachers. Notably, Mr. Speaker, the Commission has completed the deployment of teachers in phase 1 and 2, and will commence the deployment of the phase 3 and 4 in January. Currently, the Commission is in the process of recruiting 344 special needs education teachers interns handling learners with special needs, namely cerebral palsy, hearing impaired, visually impaired, and physically impaired. I submit.
Yes, Odanga.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, special needs education institutions need to be considered as really special and given priority even over other institutions in the country. Looking at the numbers of pupils and students that are provided by the Cabinet Secretary, this comes to over 200,000 learners countrywide. And I'm not satisfied that there are only 81 secondary school special needs education institutions. If that is true, then I think that Kenyans are being starved of special needs education institutions in the country, and something needs to be done to improve. Because if you have over 200,000, those are mainly pupils, and then 81, those are mainly pupils, and then main institutions, which are mainly in primary, and only 81 in secondary. Then that means that these pupils who complete secondary, primary in special needs education are disappearing somewhere. This needs to be addressed by the Cabinet Secretary, Honorable Speaker. Also, there are issues in number 2 when looking at the ratio of pupil or students to teachers. For a mentally handicapped institution to have a ratio of 1 to 10, this is far below the par, and this needs to be addressed. These are mentally handicapped children, having one teacher handling 10 of them. Then there's something totally wrong that needs to be addressed urgently. Honorable Speaker, the ratio is far too low, and this needs to be addressed. Honorable Speaker, many of these teachers, which the Cabinet Secretary have said, who have transited from the ordinary schools to the special needs institutions, take too long even to be paid their allowances. You know, they are paid some allowances. And even I'm bothered why some aspects of the trainers are handled in the Teacher Service Commission and other aspects are handled by the ministry. Why not all of them go to the Teacher Service Commission so that they are handled in one place? Because issues like approving and moving them from the ordinary schools to the special needs, the issues are handled at the ministry. The budget is being handled at the ministry. So there is an issue that needs to be addressed here to make sure that these teachers are supported. They are given their allowances. You can imagine the children they are handling. They take them to sports, they are teaching them throughout, and then they are not given their allowances on time, and even their payment, Honorable Speaker, is low. The aids, teachers need them, the assistive devices, they also need them.
Instead of,
Honorable Speaker?
you are supposed to seek a clarification on the answer as given, but you are now debating.
I'm most obliged, Honorable Speaker. So I would like the Cabinet Secretary to give more information. I'm not totally satisfied with the information given. There are still lots of loopholes that he needs to provide. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Nabi.
Honorable Speaker, further to the answers given by the Cabinet Secretary, I would want to find out whether the Cabinet Secretary is aware, number one, that Mlimani Special School, Mukuyu Special School, Maturu Special School, and Lumani Special School do not have enough teachers in the ratio he has indicated. Secondly, whether the Cabinet Secretary is aware that in preparation for the CPC implementation in the senior school, there are no schools in some sub-counties that will ensure 100% transition of students who require special schools. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Masito is not Masito, Mama Mombasa. You are sitting in...
Mheshimiwa Spika, samahani leo sehemu yangu imevamiwa, ndio maana nimekaa huku Mheshimiwa Spika. Mheshimiwa Spika, ningependa kumuuliza Bwana Waziri, kwa nini walimu wengi wamefanya kazi muda mrefu bila wao kupata promotion, Mheshimiwa Spika, na kisha kuna ile pesa ambao wanafunzi wanalipishwa wanaita ya wanahitaji ile pesa. Samahani, remedial. Unapata mwanafunzi amelipa school fees yote lakini anafukuzwa nyumbani kwa sababu ya remedial. Hii pesa ya remedial, Mheshimiwa Waziri, imekuja kusaidia kitu gani na mbona lazima watoto walipe, Mheshimiwa Spika?
Masomo ya ziada.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika, wakati mwingine mwanafunzi mshinda mwalimu. Mheshimiwa Waziri, tungependa kujua kwa nini watoto wanalipa masomo ya ziada, ile pesa ya masomo ya ziada, na wakati ambapo watakuwa wamelipa ile karo na bado wanafukuzwa shule, Mheshimiwa Spika. Na hawa walimu pia wanalazimishwa kuhamishwa kwenda katika shule zingine za mbali sana na nyumbani, inawasumbua sana, wanaacha familia hawawezi kuweza kufocus na ile masomo, Mheshimiwa Spika. Asante sana Waziri.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The ratios that we have given were analyzed in terms of the severity of the handicap and the disability, and where we will determine that there are shortages, it is because we do not have enough teachers. And what we are doing, as indicated earlier, the same challenges that we have in the ordinary schools are the same ones we have in the special needs school, but we'll give it special attention so that we can have many more teachers being employed for the special needs, so that we reduce the number of the gap of the teacher-learner ratio. In terms of the question relating to the teachers' allowances, that is handled by the Teacher Service Commission. They actually handle all the issues relating to both the teachers that are in normal schools and the teachers that are in the special needs schools. We do not deal with that aspect, we only deal with policy, and when issues like this have come, we liaise with TSC and we come up with policies that can make their work smoother and that much more cohesive. Now, in terms of the schools that Honorable Nabi has indicated that they do not have the the teacher-learner ratio that I have indicated, I don't have the details at hand of the numbers and the data, but once we determine, then we'll liaise with TSC to see whether there is something that can be done in that space. I don't have the actual numbers for those particular schools. That is Lumani, Makuyu School, and Mulanyu Special School. So we'll look into it and get the data so that we can be able to assist and work with TSC to see what can be done, especially in the 20,000 teachers that are going to be employed. We see whether we can have some done for that space. The question of 100% transition is the same thing that we are working on. As you are aware, we are doing a transition right now, and we are preparing the various classrooms, etc., to ensure that our students have transition seamlessly so that they can continue with their studies. So we are looking into that particular sector, and we are ongoing doing the infrastructure development. Walimu wengi bila kupata promotion, there is a program of promotion that is done by the TSC. I'm aware that they did promotion of a number of teachers, and the teachers normally apply for this promotion, and there is an interview that is done, and then the promotion is done for those teachers depending on the spaces that are available and the budgets that are available. But TSC is handling that particular aspect. Remedial school fees, masomo ya kurekebisha, za ziada, those are unauthorized levies. They are not approved by the ministry, and where we get to know that this is happening, then we take action on those teachers. No parent is supposed to pay remedial fees or remedial levies. They are irregular levies that are not authorized by the ministry. I submit.
Thank you. Wanjala, what is it?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the government wants 100% transition to high schools. And Mr. Speaker, you find that the government pays the capitation for each student. But teachers have put up levy about 10,000, 6,000, 12,000 that they buy food that students must eat in school. They send away these children, they don't learn, they are forced to pay whether they ate or they did not eat. This is the money that makes our students drop out, Mr. Speaker. What is the minister doing to stop these other levies, extra levies that are levied against our students? And Mr. Speaker, we also passed a motion, and the Committee of Implementation was answered by this ministry that no school will be allowed now to sell uniforms to students. Already I have a letter from one of the schools in Bungoma where the teacher, the head principal, has written that each student must come and buy uniforms again from the school at a very exorbitant price.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I've indicated, those extra levies, those extra amounts that are being charged by teachers or by principals, those issues relating to uniforms being directed by principals to be purchased from specific areas, all those are irregular and unlawful. And once the ministry gets information on it, we take action on those principals immediately. There is no reason whatsoever for them to levy extra levies that we've not authorized, because then it brings a bit of a problem.
Thank you. Member for Madare, Anton Oloch.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to ask the CS question number 149 of 2024. Could the Cabinet Secretary clarify whether there exists a policy on school meals and nutrition, and if not, indicate the measures put in place by the ministry to develop such a policy? 2, outline the measures taken to create working strategies with county governments to ensure both early childhood development and primary schools have access to school meals. Thirdly, state the steps taken to roll out digitized school meals data and reporting modules with the National Education Management Information Systems. And lastly, provide the measures in place to ensure the alternative providers of basic education and training, popularly known as APBET schools, benefit from school feeding program. I thank you.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The ministry has drafted a policy document titled the Kenya School Meals Policy. The draft has been developed through a collaborative approach involving the Ministry of Education, the United Nations World Food Programme, the NACONEC, the Rockefeller Foundation, and the Ministries of Health, Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries, Water, Sanitation and Irrigation. The overall goal of the policy is to provide a framework for implementation and management of the school meals program in Kenya. The policy provides for the establishment of the program based on clear goals, strategic objectives, and principles. The policy provides for key thematic areas that include access, equity, and inclusion, through which the government commits to provide diversified and healthy school meals to all learners, including those with special educational needs. The second thematic area is food safety and quality, under which the government commits to ensure enhanced food safety and quality in the school meals program. The third thematic area is nutrition and health. Under this arm, the government commits to provide safe, diverse, and nutritious meals as part of the comprehensive package of school health and nutritional services. The fourth thematic area is on sourcing of food commodities. Under this policy, commitment is given by the government to promote provision of accessible and affordable locally available food commodities. This other thematic area is on partnerships, collaborations, and linkages. The government commits to promote a coordinated approach through partnerships, collaborations, and linkages. The draft policy, Mr. Speaker, document also provides for its implementation. It has provisions on resource mobilization to ensure the sustainability of the program and for monitoring and evaluation together with research. The draft document also outlines the institutional arrangement for the implementation of the policy. A policy will be implemented through the existing Ministry of Education structures at the national and county levels. The draft policy, Mr. Speaker, is to be subjected to the constitutional processes of stakeholder validation and public participation prior to its publication and adoption by the Cabinet. The Ministry targets to have the policy in place by the end of Term 1 of 2025. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry works with county governments in covered areas to enhance access to school meals for learners in pre-primary and primary schools. Since pre-primary education is devolved, county governments take the lead in providing school meals for such learners. However, the ministry has adopted collaborative strategies to work with county governments and other partners to ensure that all learners in covered learning institutions are provided with school meals. These include entering into intergovernmental partnership agreements, as is the case with the Nairobi City County. The agreement provides a framework for collaboration between the national government and the Nairobi City County government for providing school meals to learners from pre-primary to primary school. Mr. Speaker, a school meals module has been developed within the NEMIS platform and successfully piloted in Isiolo. To ensure effective implementation, it is essential that all learners are registered on NEMIS, enabling school meals data to be generated directly from the platform. Additionally, a mobile application linked to NEMIS has been introduced for reporting daily learner attendance. The application allows schools to track the number of learners who received meals each day and monitor food stock balances in real time. Head teachers and school meals program coordinators in Garissa, Wajir, Mandera, Kwale, and Isiolo have already been trained on using the NEMIS school meals module and the mobile application, ensuring readiness for full implementation. Plans are also in place to ensure that digitization is implemented in all our counties benefiting from the school meals program. Mr. Speaker, the alternative providers of basic education and training schools institutions in Kenya provide education for students who may not have access to mainstream schools, often due to socioeconomic and geographical difficulties. These schools are primarily operated by private individuals, faith-based organizations, and community-based groups rather than by the government. These institutions complement the government's efforts to provide education training for all. Mr. Speaker, ABET schools typically serve communities in the urban informal settlement areas within the cities, towns, and former municipalities. It is mainly in these environments that ABET institutions have emerged as viable options of responding to educational needs of children, youth, and adults who are unable to join formal education institutions. Currently, Mr. Speaker, there is no legal or policy framework for the Ministry of Education to provide school meals to learners in ABET institutions. The current budgetary provisions is also limiting in terms of the scope that the school meals program can cover. Currently, the school meals program covers a total of 2.6 million learners in 8,185 schools across the country as of 2024. This extends over 26 ASAL counties and informal urban settlements. It is also important to note, Mr. Speaker, that the budget for school meals this financial year was reduced to 3 billion from Kenya shillings 5.4 billion in the year 2023-2024. An expansion of the program will necessarily require additional budget. I submit.
Andon Olwach.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And let me congratulate the CS for one thing, a recognition of the existence and role of alternative provisions for basic education, otherwise known as ABBET. And the reason I'm doing this, Honorable Speaker, is that there are about 3 million students in the Republic of Kenya who are neither in public or private schools and are excluded in what under Article 43 is a basic right and compulsory education for all students. So I want to thank you for the recognition that this exists. However, Cabinet Secretary, are you aware that the bureaucracy underneath your office, beginning with the sub-county directors, actually undermine legal notice of 2015 that anchors the idea of ABBET? To begin with, NEMIS, which is a requirement for recognition and following up for students from their registration, how they go up to where they do the exam, and even on school feeding program, is denied to ABBET students. Are you also aware that even for registration for exams, teachers in ABBET call me every time exams are about to be done for registration that they cannot register students because these students are neither in public schools nor private schools? Lastly, Cabinet Secretary, there is a bill that I put in the last Parliament, which was the amendment to the Basic Education Act, to anchor these ABBET schools. Are you aware that this bill has passed through the committee and is about to be published, and that the members of the Nairobi County, members of Parliament, who are most affected by this, which are in informal settlements, would like to have a stakeholder engagement with you, including the Honorable Kajuang here, and we would like to leave here with an appointment that we will get an engagement with you before or just after the publication of this bill. I thank you.
Minister. Minister Hold, Mary Massey.
Thank you. Thank you, Speaker. It's good that you've given me before the minister a response because it's related to questions that have been raised by members. Honorable Minister, I put it to you that all directives by the ministry to schools are disregarded. And I'm particularly concerned, Speaker, I'm from my constituency, that for every 10 births that are recorded in the hospital, 6 of them are children under the age of 18. And this is caused by children being sent home and spending most of the time at home because they have not paid for feeding program. They have not paid, and some of them, their homes are next to the schools. They can literally walk home, go eat, and go back. But they are forced to pay the money. You have to pay that money even if your home is next to the school. So when kids are sent home for school fees, spend most of the time at home, then we're expected to have so many child mothers, because these are children bearing children. So it is a concern to us. The ministry has to do something about when you give directives, you must have a system of compliance to ensure that the schools, the teachers are complying so that our kids stay in school. Thank you.
Yes, Kajuang.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker.
Give Kajuang the mic.
Mr. Speaker, first allow me to congratulate the CS for his intellectual honesty to admit some things which have not been admitted in his docket ever before, including this issue of alternative basic education. This is a bold step that the ministers before him and the operatives under him have never embraced. And now, Mr. Speaker, as he speaks, this is in the whole of Nairobi and in the whole of informal settlements. This is the bedrock of how our learners get education. Mr. Speaker, just to put my friend here in order,
Mr. Speaker, the issue of the publication is not in his hands. The issue of the publication of the bill is in the hands of yours truthfully, the Speaker, sir, of this House. So, Mr. Speaker, probably you will fast track that publication so that we engage robustly with this minister to create a policy for the alternative.
Thank you. We'll do so.
Thank you.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Article 43 and 53 of the Constitution is a basic right that we are required to provide education to all the kids up to the age of 12. And so if we are not able to do that and somebody else is doing it for us, it is upon us to ensure that we recognize them and we give them the support they need to ensure that we are actually doing what we are supposed to do for the purposes and the interest of those children. So as you do the bill, we are also going to look into in our ministry to see whether it is also time to create a directorate that will be responsible for that particular sector so that all the answers and the issues can be dealt with just like we are dealing with any other students. So I'm with you on that one and we'll be on top of it. On the question of the feeding, the school, you know, these lunch fees, these are unauthorized. They are unauthorized levies. In fact, the particular policy in the ministry is that children are allowed to carry lunch or go back home for lunch, or if they do not want to eat lunch, they don't need to be forced to pay. So anybody forcing them or sending them home because they've not paid, it is an illegality. And we've taken the bold decision that going forward, and I did in Ketia earlier when I came, that we'll be moving some of these violations, some of these disobediences into levels that they would be criminal. That's why recently when we were saying that if you are caught doing something, you'll be punished and not just transferred, not just told, given you have committed an illegality in one school, then you are moved to another school, like that other school, it will be all right for you to go and do another illegality there. You need to be punished and ensure that you do not even work in the education sector ever again, so that we have a register of these wrongdoers where we need to check, akin to, you know, when you are getting a compliance certificate or something, so that we can clean this sector. We are willing, we'll bite the bullet and make the decisions that need to be made so that we do right by our children. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, allow me to apologize for coming late, but I want to seek the Speaker's indulgence to kindly, with a lot of humility, allow the reinstatement of my question number 096 of 2024.
Where were you when I called out?
Honorable Speaker, I had to rush to the constituency, having been here earlier in the morning due to something I needed to attend. Okay. And in view of the question and what is happening in our universities, I kindly seek your indulgence, Honorable Speaker.
Take your seat. Esther Pasares, you can ask your question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask question number 93 of 2024. Could the Cabinet Secretary provide details on the status of implementing the House resolution regarding the standardization of uniforms across the country to be based on the level of education? Could the Cabinet Secretary clarify whether the ministry has considered adopting a policy of bulk purchasing and distribution of boarding items such as mattresses, buckets, metal boxes, game kits, rubber shoes, slippers to public schools akin to its approach with books? 3, could the Cabinet Secretary highlight measures taken to address unhealthy and illegal practices in schools, particularly regarding alcohol and drug abuse? Thank you.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The ministry recognizes that the objective of the resolution to standardize school uniforms across the country is to ensure that school uniforms do not become prohibitively expensive. The matter of the prohibitive cost of school uniforms was also captured in the report of the Presidential Working Party on Education Reform. The Working Party noted that school uniforms are expensive for parents because school administrators collude with suppliers and force parents to purchase from a specific supplier identified by the school administration. Consequently, the Working Party recommended that the Ministry of Education should provide guidelines to regulate and liberalize the question of school uniforms in basic education institutions. We are now working to implement the resolution of the House and the recommendations of the Presidential Working Party on education reform. Presently, uniforms for schools are determined by the boards of management of those institutions in consultation with parents' associations of those schools. This is according to Regulation 67 of the Basic Education Regulations of the Act. We are reviewing these regulations as well in the context of the ongoing education sector reforms. We have drafted the requisite reform bills for submission to Parliament. We are now developing draft regulations. This review will require us to consider and balance various factors, such as the need for standardization vis-à-vis the role of the school uniforms as a unique identifier and marks of schools' tradition and history. Some uniforms are also sensitive to climatic conditions in certain areas and specific cultural and religious contexts. In the meantime, as we work to provide an appropriate legal and policy framework, we are already implementing measures to ensure that school uniforms are not prohibitively expensive. By a circular dated 30th of May 2023, under reference number MOE headquarters /3/13/3, regional and county directors of education were directed to ensure the stoppage of practice where schools stock uniforms and compel parents to buy them or direct parents to purchase uniforms from specified suppliers. We also note and process the names of non-compliant schools for necessary action within the provisions of the law. The ministry also issued a directive to school principals to the following effect. 1, no school will direct parents to any particular outlet for the purpose of purchasing uniforms, and B, no school will stock any uniforms and boarding-related items whatsoever. The guidelines for the implementation of junior secondary education are clear, and no learner shall be excluded from school for failure to afford school uniform, and that circular is annexed as annex number 3 in our written response. We wish to point out, Mr. Speaker, that under the current legal and policy framework, the scope of the government's role in free and compulsory basic education is limited to paying tuition fees. At the primary school level, the government provides capitation at the rate of 1,420 shillings per learner per year. The rate for junior school is 15,042 per learner per year, and the rate for secondary school is 22,244 per learner per year. Boarding items, Mr. Speaker, are not covered under this capitation by the government. Boarding costs are catered for by parents. In this context, it is the responsibility of the parents to buy boarding items such as mattresses, buckets, metal boxes, and sleepers for their learners. The ministry ensures that the costs of these are affordable by prohibiting schools from requiring parents to purchase these items from specific suppliers or from schools themselves. The funds allocated by Parliament to the Ministry of Education are for capitation to support tuition-related aspects such as textbooks. This is why the centralized purchase of textbooks is funded by retaining part of the capitation to purchase textbooks and distribute them to schools. Mr. Speaker, we have implemented several measures to address unhealthy and illegal practices in schools, with particular focus on combating alcohol and drug abuse. These efforts aim to safeguard students' well-being, enhance the learning environment, and promote moral and social responsibility. Some of these measures include, Mr. Speaker, 1, creating a policy framework. The Ministry of Education has developed policies that outline guidelines for preventing and managing alcohol and drug abuse in schools. These include the National Guidelines for Alcohol and Substance Use Prevention and Management in Basic Education Institutions. Number 2, awareness and sensitization campaigns. The curriculum includes lessons on the dangers of alcohol and drug abuse, helping students develop resilience and decision-making skills to avoid these substances. The ministry also collaborates with organizations such as the National Authority for the Campaign Against Alcohol and Drug Abuse to raise awareness about the effects of substance abuse. Guidance and counseling programs in schools. Schools are mandated to establish or enhance counseling departments with trained teachers who can provide guidance on personal and social challenges, including substance abuse. Peer educators are also trained to support fellow students by sharing knowledge and experience, creating a supportive environment to resist peer pressure. There is also collaborative with the law enforcement. Schools work with local police to ensure rapid response to incidents involving illegal substances, including arrests of individuals supplying drugs to students. We also coordinate efforts between schools, law enforcement, and NACADA to identify and dismantle supply networks targeting schools. We have also another program, enhancement of monitoring and evaluation. Through our field officers, we undertake regular assessments in schools to evaluate risks and vulnerabilities related to substance abuse with actionable recommendations for improvement. The ministry has also a policy of ensuring that schools encourage students to participate in sports, drama, music, and other extracurricular activities that provide constructive alternatives to drug use. Emphasis is placed on nurturing students' talents and interests, keeping them motivated and less likely to engage in unhealthy behavior. I submit.
Pasaris.
Thank you, CS, through the speaker. CS, I recently took a young girl to school who hadn't gone to school because she had no money, the parents had no money to buy uniforms. This was in a public school in Nairobi County. It cost 30,000 shillings, mattresses, blankets, everything for that family. So the transition is not happening at the moment. I was just wondering, the fact that you provide beds in the boarding facilities, can't you also provide mattresses? Because some of the children are buying 1-inch mattress, 2-inch mattresses, second-hand mattresses, and then they're actually ruining their backs for the future. So it becomes a health hazard. And when I talk about standardization of uniforms, if you look at South Africa, all the schools, they wear practically the same gray, black, simple dress and white shirt. Here we've made uniforms so complicated and very, very expensive. I was just wondering, in your opinion, as per your policy, because transition, we want 100% transition, is a family that is not able to buy uniform, able to send their child to school with their home clothes? Because for me, I still feel that uniforms are very colonial. And most of the schools in America, in France, even in England, there are some schools that are not having uniforms anymore. Children go with their home clothes. So a family cannot afford school uniforms. What is your policy on the child being admitted to school to study, whether she has uniforms or not? Because it's becoming prohibitive and it's denying the child transition into school. Thank you.
Yes, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I've indicated, as a ministry, the policy is you don't send away students because they do not have uniforms. That's not allowed. You are supposed to admit them whether or not they have been able to afford the units. That is the current policy that is in place. In terms of their standardization of uniforms, having one type of uniform across the country, that is a conversation, I think it's intended, it's a conversation that we are having. I think eventually we might reach there, but as of now, the various schools, through their board of management and through the parents association and the teachers, determine what they want for their particular schools, what uniforms they want for their particular schools. But maybe as a country, that's a conversation we have to move towards that bulk purchases or bulk organization relating, just like we moved from books. It took a long time to transition to it, to the bulk purchasing of books. So it's a conversation that we'll continue having to see how that will work. And I think the other question was,
the other was just a narrative of something she did recently.
I think it was a narrative, but thank you for that.
Madenge?
Well done.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, could the Cabinet Secretary explain why undergraduate students and master students at the University of Nairobi Dental School are not receiving lecturers and lectures for orthodontics? Secondly, could the Cabinet Secretary elaborate on how students will qualify to graduate without completing the stated required coursework and modules that addresses yet these are doctors who are supposed to be handling human life. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the University of Nairobi has clarified that the dental school continues to deliver orthodontics education, even though there were transitions in the teaching staff. In particular, Mr. Speaker, 2 key members of faculty left. These were Dr. James Ngesa, who resigned in November 2023, and Dr. Peter Okongo, whose contract expired in May 2023. Dr. James Ngesa retired in November 2023. Peter Okongo's contract expired in May 2023. Upon their departure, Mr. Speaker, Dr. Nathan Siwa, a senior member of faculty, has maintained the teaching schedule despite the heavy workload. This has been necessary to ensure continuity. Mr. Speaker, it's important to note that despite staffing challenges, the department continues to deliver orthodontics education through multiple teaching modes, including physical and online lectures, tutorials, and clinical teaching. The department remains well equipped with essential facilities, including teaching laboratories, skills laboratories, teaching clinics, lecture theaters, and qualified orthodontics technicians. The university has taken steps to remedy the situation. Dr. Ngesa has indicated a willingness to return in the course of this month. The university is also taking measures to ensure proper succession management. Mr. Speaker, orthodontics is a crucial component of multiple academic programs within the dental school. It is offered in the Bachelor's Dental Surgery program through 2 course units, VDS 490 and VDS 590. At the postgraduate level, orthodontics is taught as part of the Master's Dental Surgery in oral and maxillofacial surgery under code VMS 590, and the Master of Dental Surgery in Pediatric Dentistry, which includes 2 courses, VPE 822 and HDS 6340. The course is also included in the Masters of Dental Surgery in Pedantology under the code HDS 6340. Mr. Speaker, the University of Nairobi has implemented comprehensive measures to ensure that students complete all required coursework before graduation. In April of 2024, Mr. Speaker, the university administration approved a 5-week extension program specifically for Year 5 Bachelor of Dental Surgery students to complete their outstanding clinical rotations and examinations. This strategic measure that the university took is to ensure that students cover all the relevant coursework before graduation as follows. It was a carefully structured 5-week academic extension for final year of dental surgery students to complete 33 hours of essential clinical rotations. The department has successfully covered the syllabus for various orthodontic courses. This extension was granted without additional financial burden to the students. The university's quality assurance mechanisms, including external examination moderation, remain robust. All examinations are conducted with proper oversight, being set and moderated by external examiners to maintain academic standards. With these strategic interventions, Mr. Speaker, the university is ensuring that its students meet all professional and academic requirements in dental education before graduation. I submit.
Honorable Speaker, I have been, for the information of the Honorable Minister, I am in the dental profession as a dental technologist, and therefore I'm in touch with my professional colleagues, including students. Honorable Speaker, students and their parents, despite not having paying anything extra in coursework, incurred accommodation expenses and food for 5 weeks as a result of the failure by the university to provide lecturers. Honorable Speaker, when you have an entire dental school with only 1 professor and 1 lecturer, taking both undergraduate and master's students, then definitely the quality of training is highly compromised. Honorable Speaker, I dare the minister to take both a team from this house on a tour of the dental school. The dental units in the dental school are hardly functional, and therefore the clinical output in terms of the clinical hours and contact with patients are not being met. And Honorable Speaker, when we look at what is happening with Moi University, we do not want the same to happen with the University of Nairobi.
Thank you. Yes, Kagusha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the same breath, on the issue of University of Nairobi, Mr. Speaker, we seem to be having an administrative challenge whereby the chancellor, the chairman of the council of the university, Professor Amukoa Nangwe, seems to be wreaking havoc in the university. Seems to have removed the vice chancellor, Professor Kiama, despite the fact that he was remaining with only 4 months to complete his term. And of course, he wished to have the renewal of the same contract. But he was not only removed as a vice chancellor of the university, but his professorship as a faculty member in the University of Nairobi has also been revoked. Honorable Speaker, the Honorable CS should explain to us really what could be this bad that you sack or remove a university VC just about 4 months before his renewal, and then you go ahead to sack him as a professor of the university, something that is unheard of, that has not been seen before in this country. Honorable Speaker, the same chairman of the council has also transferred the many staff from that university as if he was an executive chairman. And yet, you know, he's not supposed to be in the day-to-day operations and running of that university. He has, for example, transferred the registrar admin, Mr. Benan Jogona, to Kisumu from a registrar position. He has also transferred the estate manager, Andrew Buka. Honorable Speaker, the University of Nairobi again, perhaps to ensure that the council chairman has an overriding say in that university, has ensured that all the senior positions in that university remain vacant. If you go to the position of the VC, there's no VC, no DVC, not even a single one. Honorable Speaker, even the finance officer is not there. The procurement officer is not there. That is procurement manager, chief medical officer, and also the chief security officer. And all these are actually positions which are very important for the running of the university. And in the absence of this, we have acting people in that capacity. And Honorable Speaker, what has happened is now that the council chairman has now taken on the responsibility to run these positions. Honorable Speaker, I don't know whether the CS is even aware that the council chairman has even secured a house within the university to stay and to sleep in. And
where is the evidence for all this?
Honorable Speaker, I can provide this evidence. I can provide this evidence. He has secured a house to sleep in the university. He has acquired an office in the university, and now he comes there. Honorable Speaker, it's even rumored that he intends to...
Order. This house will not
Honorable Speaker, I refuse... Honorable Speaker, I withdraw. I withdraw on the rumor. But Honorable Speaker, the EACC has written to the chairman of the council, asking him to remove Brian Ouma from a position that he holds with fake papers, a position that is not provided for in the university.
Honorable Kagusha, as a lawyer, you know you are trading on very dangerous grounds. You are making very outrageous allegations with no evidence.
Honorable Speaker, if you give me time, even within a few minutes, I'll provide evidence. I'll table evidence in this National Assembly.
You will go ahead and do so.
I'll do so, Honorable Speaker.
Yes. Okay. Yes, Rachel Nyamai.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me a chance to also joyride on this. I would like to ask the Cabinet Secretary whether he is going to assure this House that there will be no crisis in this school of dentistry. Listening to him very carefully, and he was very careful when he was responding to this question, there seems to be a problem of human power. With only one professor in the dentistry department, one lecturer who has resigned, and one whose contract has come to an end. Can he assure this House that he is going to administratively ensure that students from the University of Nairobi are not going to be left without training for this very important course, which concerns, which is actually a matter of life and death, because it's about teeth, it's about the mouth, Honorable Speaker, and this is about life, Honorable Speaker. Dentistry is very important, and we cannot play around with it, because dentistry is also part of core medicine. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I will just go straight to my question on university education. And CS is aware that besides the issues that were being alluded to by Honorable Kagusha regarding the University of Nairobi, and I repeat, the University of Nairobi.
Yes, the University.
The University of Nairobi. Yes. CS, you're also aware that Moi University...
Robert, you behave like you didn't go to the University of Nairobi. Go on.
Honorable Speaker, on a light note, Robert Mbui attended one of the other universities named after individuals. I was telling CS is also aware that Moi University has been in a crisis for some time, and would want to hear what policy initiatives the CS and the ministry has put in place to ensure that, one, we have changed the funding model, and now universities have almost adequate resources. I say almost because this has just begun, but we are certain that they will have adequate resources now to be able to run their programs. But the question of governance in universities remains a major challenge, not just in Nairobi University, Moi University, but in almost all our public universities. CS, if you visit almost all of our public universities, they all have major stalled projects. Some of them include gates and gatehouses that are built at the cost of hundreds of millions. I would want to hear what the ministry and the CS you are doing in terms of policy changes to ensure that public universities do not spend public money that they are getting through the new funding model, because they will definitely get more money to invest in white elephant, mega white elephant projects that are never completed. And they are usually always, not usually, they are always a conduit for pilferage of public resources. CS, my question is just that, what policy initiatives or what policy interventions you are putting in place as a new cabinet secretary in charge of education to specifically deal with that issue in our public universities? Because if the lack of exchequer releases to universities was a problem, the bigger problem is how that exchequer is expended once it gets to those universities. And see, as visit these universities, you will see, whether you go to Moi, whether you go to Nairobi, go to Lwakabete, they had projects there that were left there in the Nyayo days. You go to Kikuyu campus of Nairobi University, the same. Go to Chuka University, the same. Embu University, everywhere. Southeastern University, not a single university doesn't have a mega project that is stalled. And those who sit in the Budget and Appropriations Committee will tell you the kind of lobbying that is usually there during the budget making process to allocate resources to this and that university, but those projects never come to fruition and are never completed. Thank you, Honorable CS.
Yes, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the issue of the University of Nairobi Dentistry Unit, we requested for that clarification, and we got that report about what they are doing vis-a-vis the challenges they had when the two professors left, and what steps they are taking to ensure that there is continuity in the learning. With respect to the particular equipment and the particular laboratories that are dilapidated, this is a replica of almost everything that is going on in almost all the universities. But I can assure you that we are going to make a point of bringing our universities back to what they used to be. And I want to answer the question that was raised by Honorable Kagusha together, generally, because I don't want to go into specifics, because as we speak, we are taking action on the issue of governance in universities. Governance is a very big challenge, is a very big problem that has bedeviled almost all our universities. 23 of our public universities, we keep saying in English they're technically insolvent, but I think they're insolvent. So we need to ensure that as we deal with the budget, we also deal with the governance, because you can give an institution money, but if the governance is wanting, that money would not do what it is supposed to do. So we are doing something about it. We are doing currently something about the challenges that Nairobi University is facing. I don't want to go into details because it's alive and active even as we speak. There's a team working on it as we speak. But with respect to what we are going to do to deal with the issues relating to uncompleted projects in various universities, we've requested and we've directed that there be an audit from each and every university on the stalled projects and the costs that are required for them to be completed. And we've also directed that no new project should start until those projects that have stalled are sorted out. So we are doing something, we are cleaning up that space, and we will be coming here all the time, because on issues relating to governance, there are also issues affecting communities and other things. So we'll be coming back to get your support so that as we implement these policies, some of them, as we said, are they're going to be bitter, but we'll need your support in order for us to be able to implement them. All of us are affected by what is happening in the universities, and it's time that we all put our hands on the table, all hands on deck, so that we can be able to solve them. Thank you. I submit.
Yes, Wangwe.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, this is a house of records. And when a cabinet secretary responds in affirmative, it means the situation is wanting. Honorable Speaker, the cabinet secretary has just confirmed that 23 of our universities are insolvent. What does that mean, Honorable Speaker? It means the universities are unable to pay or own debts. And in terms of understanding the financials, Honorable Speaker, they are supposed to be given two directions, either natural death or liquidation. What route has the minister initiated so that our insolvent institutions are settled?
Inyikal. Dr. Nyikal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. I would like to just bring the attention of the Honorable Minister that as the law stands now, with the Commission of University Education, the Medical Practitioner and Dentist Council actually do not go out to monitor the training of medical and dental students. And that work is left to the Commission of University Education, and I'm not so sure whether they have the capacity. How then can they pick in advance the problems that have been brought out by Honorable Madenge if the Medical Practitioner and Dentist Council is not doing what formally before the new law, the University Act came, was the practice?
Yes, I want to close this. Gogoyo.
Thank you. Speaker, mine is just brief. Earlier on the CS, because I want clarity, Mr. CS, you are aware that TSC has confirmed that they lack science teachers in this country. What are you doing? Because it is the ministry that owns the colleges, what are you doing to make sure that we have science teachers? In my constituency, there is no deployment of any teacher for the science lesson for JSS. All that we have are in the arts. What are you doing to make sure that in the present and in the future, you will have science teachers to go to schools? Because it is clear that there is a deficit. And TSC has said they have none to deploy.
Minister.
Thank you. On the question of the insolvency or the technical insolvency of the universities, this is why the new funding model was introduced, in order to ensure that universities have sufficient funds to be able to turn around. Based on that, and based on the simulations that have been done, all our universities that are in this situation with proper governance will come out of the doldrums in the next 3 or 4 years. So that is the program that is in place to ensure that we do not lose our universities. On the question of the Commission of University Education and the Council, we are undertaking currently the amendments of the laws, including the Commission of University Education Act, to ensure that it is harmonized and it is aligned, to ensure that there is no contradiction on the duties and responsibility that the various organizations that deal with the various medical institutions or other educational institutions, including engineers, there is no conflict. We are working on the harmonization so that it is smoother and it will be more effective on what it was initially intended to do. And Q is working with all the professional bodies to ensure that whatever issues that are of conflict within their mandates are aligned, and we have a body that is fit for purpose. On the issue of the science teachers that are lacking, we have started working with the semester to ensure that a number of teachers are employed, and there are a number of teachers that have not necessarily the whole of science, because I understood that what TSC was saying, for example, mathematics, they are not labeling maths as a science subject. So that we are working on that to see what does it really mean to say this is a science teacher. So those we are working with them to ensure that even as admissions are done, a lot of students, a lot of learners, a lot of graduates take the science courses vis-a-vis some of the what we could call where is the word going? There's a word. I'm saying there's going to be okay, I'll remember it, but we are doing something towards encouraging students to apply for more science courses and ensuring that we have some programs that we support them. For example, we want to come up with support in terms of resources so that if somebody is going to do science, is supported that much more than somebody who's going to do art, so that we can get much more students coming in.
Affirmative action.
Affirmative action, yes. Thank you. It's been quite long.
Yes, Robert Mboi, the very last.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your indulgence, and I first want to apologize for having come after the minister to ask this question. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask question number 16 of this year to the CS. First and foremost, can the CS provide an update on the status of preparedness by his ministry to the transition of grade 8 learners to grade 9, which is happening at the end of this year? Mr. Speaker, the second one is, could the minister provide a report on the number of classrooms planned to be constructed and the number of classrooms that have already been constructed in readiness for January 2025? Number 3, could the minister outline the plans put in place by his ministry to ensure seamless transition of the learners from grade 8 to grade 9? And finally, to clarify whether there are adequate teachers to support the learners transiting to grade 9, and indicate whether there are any plans by the ministry through the Teacher Service Commission to absorb enough teachers to ensure seamless transition across the country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In preparations for transition to grade 9, we are focused on three main aspects: the provision of adequate classrooms and furniture, the provision of adequate textbooks, and the recruitment of additional teachers. On classrooms, Mr. Speaker, the ministry undertook a countrywide assessment which found that a total classroom requirement of grade 9 is 16,000 classrooms. To ensure these classrooms are ready by January 2025, the government has disbursed 11 billion shillings to schools across the country for the construction of 11,000 grade 9 classrooms. A further 6.8 billion has been allocated to the National Government Constituency Development Fund, being 3.4 billion from the Ministry of Education, matched with 3.4 billion from CDF, for 6,800 classrooms. The 18 constituencies in Nairobi County have been allocated another 1 billion shillings for infrastructure development through CDF. Mr. Speaker, we take the opportunity to thank the members for the work they are doing in their respective constituencies in constructing the classrooms, and we really value that support and partnership. Mr. Speaker, every public junior school with learners on NEMIS get 15,042 shillings per learner per year. There is a vote on the repairs and improvement of school infrastructure, which is currently 4,000 per learner per year. The ministry has directed that the money under this vote for this term be strictly used for the provision of desks and chairs for grade 9. On the issue of teachers, the Teacher Service Commission, through a multi-agency approach, has trained 60,642 junior school teachers. The teachers will undergo further retooling in November and December to prepare them for grade 9. During the same period, the 19,960 junior school head teachers will be retooled. The Commission, in collaboration with the Center for Mathematics, Science and Technology Education, Africa, has provided specialized tailor-made retooling programs for 7,700 teachers integrated in science and mathematics. Mr. Speaker, it is to be noted that during the financial years 2022-2023 and 2023-2024, the government recruited a total of 48,550 teachers for junior school. This included 9,000 teachers on permanent and pensionable terms and 39,550 teacher interns. In addition, the government deployed 8,378 qualified primary school teachers to junior school, increasing the current number of junior school teachers to 56,367. Following the allocation of budget, the government has converted the 46,000 intern teachers to permanent and pensionable terms beginning January 2025. The Teacher Service Commission is now recruiting an additional 20,000 intern teachers who will be at work by January 2025. Mr. Speaker, on textbooks, the ministry, through the Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development, began countywide distribution of books on 23rd of October 2024. The books are being distributed at the ratio of 1 book per learner per subject in every learning area. The distribution will be completed at the time of start of term 1 in January 2025. Mr. Speaker, a total of 16,000 classrooms are required for grade 9. However, the government has provided resources for construction of a total of 17,800 classrooms, that being the Ministry of Education is directly responsible for 11,000 classrooms, while the CDF is working on another 6,800 classrooms. Out of the 11,000 classrooms, Mr. Speaker, that are funded by the ministry, a total of 5,052 classrooms across the country have already been completed and handed over. The remaining 5,948 classrooms are at various stages of completion and will be ready by December 2024. It's expected, Mr. Speaker, that the construction of 6,800 classrooms being done by CDF will also be completed by 2024 December. The ministry has taken the following measures to ensure that the grade 9 classrooms are completed before the start of 2025 academic year. One, there are strict timelines that were provided for the construction to ensure completion by December 2024. Two, the procurement process was undertaken at the school level so that they can manage and own the process and the progress of the construction. And number three, the monitoring of the construction sites has been ongoing to ensure timely completion of the projects. Field officers provide weekly updates to the ministry on the progress of the construction, and any challenges that they face are immediately escalated. Mr. Speaker, the ministry has taken the following measures to ensure seamless transition of learners from grade 8 to grade 9. One, there is provision of adequate infrastructure and furniture by building the necessary classrooms in time and directing the acquisition of furniture from the capitation provided to schools. Two, providing resources for the construction of the 46,000 for the confirmation of 46,000 teachers to permanent and pensionable terms and for the employment of an additional 20,000. Number three, distributing books across the country to ensure that learners will have their textbooks at the ratio of 1 book per learner per subject. Number four, retooling junior school teachers to adequately prepare them to handle grade 9 learners. And number five, the ministry will ensure timely disbursement of capitation to support junior school operations. Mr. Speaker, as earlier indicated, public junior school has been served with 56,367 teachers, comprising 9,000 teachers on permanent and pensionable terms, 39,550 intern teachers, and 8,378 qualified primary school teachers who are deployed to junior school. The government has converted the terms of the intern teachers to permanent and pensionable to be effective in January 2025. Mr. Speaker, the government is recruiting another 20,000 of teachers. The intern teachers will report to schools in January. Further recruitment will be done progressively to bridge the gap and ensure optimal staffing levels as resources become available. To enhance the capacity of junior school teachers, including school heads, the Teacher Service Commission continues to provide in-service training through multi-agency approaches. This ensures that all teachers are retooled to effectively implement the competency-based curriculum and deliver quality learning outcomes. I submit, Mr. Speaker.
Robert.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, allow me to first inform the CS that members fund that does that, not members of parliament. But Mr. Speaker, numbers don't lie. The CS has clearly indicated that there is a total of about 16,000 classrooms that are going to be built for purposes of junior secondary school. But Mr. Speaker, the government policy was that every primary school is supposed to transition to junior secondary school, and therefore they must have a grade 9 class by January next year. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, some of the schools do not have a single stream. They have more than a single stream, either double or triple. Mr. Speaker, there is over 32,000 primary schools in Kenya. Now, if he's talking about 16,000 classrooms, that obviously does not even reach half the schools. So, Mr. Speaker, I want the CS to tell us, all those schools, more than half in the Republic, that will not have a class ready in January, what exactly are the principals or the heads of the institution supposed to do? Mr. Speaker, secondly, it's also important to note that the number of teachers that he has enumerated here are not enough to teach in all those schools the junior grades. Because junior secondary starts from grade 7, grade 8, and in January 2025, it will be up to grade 9. We don't have enough teachers. What advice is he giving the principals and the heads of the institutions to be able to figure out what to do when the children report in January? And thirdly, Mr. Speaker.
Enough, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I am not done.
Yes. You are now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, Mr. Speaker, the minister was taking a joyride on my question and was talking about, resources and textbooks. He has also not talked about the laboratories needed for junior secondary school. Can he tell us when we will get to laboratories and enough for our schools? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Let him answer that first.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What I indicated is that an assessment was done to determine how many classrooms that would be required for the transition from grade 8 to grade 9 of the students that we have, and it came to 16,000 classrooms. And those are the classrooms that the construction by the ministry is being undertaken. Additionally, the National Government Constituency Development Fund, in partnership with the ministry, would be constructing another 6,800, making a total of 16,000 that I've indicated, 16,000 classrooms. And there is a method that was used in assessing which schools require to have which classroom.
Minister, the more important issue is asking,
yes,
what will you do where classrooms will not be ready when children go to school? And the second one is, can you tell the country whether you have prepared necessary facilities like laboratories in the schools? The others, you are just repeating what you have said.
Yes. So what I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, is that the 16,000 classrooms will be ready in January to admit the students. This is the assessment that has been done by the ministry, and we are saying we will be ready in January. In terms of the laboratories, there is a program to construct 2,000 labs next year, and we'll start once we finish with these classrooms. So they are not there as we speak.
Yes, Makali Mulu.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to agree with what Honorable Mboy was saying in terms of construction of classrooms by members of Parliament, because this is a house of record. But I also want to follow on another matter, Honorable Speaker, which I think is quite serious, and I think we need your indulgence, Honorable Speaker. The CS did mention in his statement that the universities are insolvent. And those of us who have a financial background, if we allow that to go to the record, Honorable Speaker, it will have serious repercussions in terms of universities. I want to plead with you, Honorable Speaker, if it's possible, that we allow the CS to retain technical insolvency other than saying, confirming that the universities are insolvent, because that could have a serious,
Minister, are they
implication.
technical insolvent or insolvent?
Technical insolvent, Mr. Speaker.
So the words actually insolvent are expunged?
They are expunged. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order, honorable members. Order. Order, honorable members. Order. Honorable members, before we go on, allow me to recognize a delegation from the National People's Congress of the People's Republic of China. I wish to introduce to you a delegation comprising members of the Foreign Affairs Committee of the National People's Congress of the People's Republic of China, seated in the Speaker's row. They are Professor Hao Ping, member of the Standing Committee of the National People's Congress, Vice Chairman of Foreign Affairs Committee, and leader of the delegation. Mr. Ma Yiming, a member of the delegation. Mr. Zhang Li, a member. The delegation is accompanied by 3 officers and is in the country for bilateral meetings with members of the Kenya-China Parliamentary Friendship Group in the National Assembly. Honorable members, on behalf of the National Assembly and on my own behalf, I welcome them to Parliament and wish them fruitful engagements during their stay in the country. Thank you. Yes, Sunguli. Minister, you hold
Mr. Speaker, I wish to join you in welcoming the members of the NPC, the National People's Congress of the People's Republic of China, where I served as ambassador for 5 years. This delegation...
You should also be honest to say through the courtesy of yours truly.
And Mr. Speaker, I still recall in those days, after you had given me an appointment letter, that you subsequently gave me another letter to say that I was one of the best-serving ambassadors. But it was during your great leadership in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs that the People's Republic of China and Kenya became really good partners, and that a lot of investments went through because of the leadership that we had at that time. We want to urge the House to continue treating the People's Republic of China as great friends. I know that you have not recognized Ambassador Joe Ping.
Is the ambassador there as well?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't. He was not on my list. Welcome, Your Excellency, to the House of Parliament.
Ambassador Joe is the real glue that is holding the relationship now, and is promoting the relationship between this House and the People's Republic and the National People's Congress of the People's Republic of China. So we want to welcome them and to assure them that the Republic of Kenya is a great friend and values the great contribution of China in the development of our republic. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Shakil, do you need to say anything?
Mr. Speaker, sir, thank you very much for the honor. As the chair of the Kenya-China Parliamentary Friendship Group, we welcome our visitors. They are members of the Communist Party Congress. They are parliamentarians, and we've already had a successful third bilateral meeting with them. We shall be meeting you a little later on. So your Speaker, sir, I want to say to you that we've had, even the Deputy Speaker has been on one of those meetings, and many others, including...
Just welcome them to the House.
I just welcome them to the House. Thank you very much.
Yes, Elachi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Allow me also this afternoon to really thank you for giving us an opportunity to meet the Foreign Affairs Committee of the National People's Congress, and to really thank Professor Hao Ping for indeed the visit that they gave us in China. And I just want to say to the ambassador, indeed you are a true friend as a country, and indeed we will learn a lot from you. But more importantly, we know we have embraced each other, and we shall continue working together to create a better relationship than even what we have. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. We'll go back to questions. Yes, Kagusha.
Honorable Speaker, I want to really thank you very much for giving this opportunity once again. Honorable Speaker, I was, you asked me and requested me to table evidence on the many issues that I raised here. Honorable Speaker,
hand over the documents to the clerk.
Honorable Speaker, I wanted to be on record.
Hold on there. Hand over the documents to the clerk. He has already told me that he needs to verify. So having documents and proving your case are two different things. Give to the clerk, then tomorrow I'll rule on their admissibility. Not tomorrow, on Monday afternoon. If they are found to be authentic, I'll allow them on record. If not, I'll expunge them and make the necessary punishment on the person who has brought them.
Honorable Speaker, just on the same, as I table them, I realize that the minister did not in any way answer the issues which I raised, even those which did not need documentation and evidence.
Once I verify, we can summon him anytime. So give them to the clerk, then they will authenticate the documents, and I will... Honorable members, we have the Minister for Agriculture waiting to take the floor. I want us to stop here with education and bring in the Minister for Agriculture. It's only fair. Order, members. In the interest of fairness, you are about 10 of you raising hands. I reject all of them. Yes. Let's get the Minister for Agriculture. Minister for Education, you are released to go back to your office.
Thank you so much,
Remember
Mr.
all
Speaker.
the issues members are raising.
Yes.
As you go away, honorable members, as the minister goes away, Order Mwenje, take your seat. As the minister goes away, if, and this is something that you need to come and address the House, if the JSS is going to be domiciled in primary schools, right?
Yes.
If the JSS is going to be domiciled in primary schools, what it means, they are not going to be Form 1 students in secondary schools, right?
Yes.
What is going to happen to physical facilities in the existing secondary schools in terms of classrooms and boarding facilities? What are you planning to do with them now that you are going to domicile this in, and also the teachers in those schools, the Form 1 teachers in secondary schools? What are you going to do with them? I think next time you come to the House, it will be important that you come and satisfy members of Parliament and the country so that we don't engage in any wastage of public facilities and public resources.
Well noted, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Majority Leader, can you now release your minister and bring in the Minister of Agriculture? Members with questions to agriculture, be ready. Minister, you are welcome, and your team. Welcome, Minister, and we will start with question 146 of 2024 by the Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. My question is directed at the Cabinet Secretary for Agriculture and Livestock Development, but I will just in 1 minute explain to him the background because it's followed up from an action of the previous minister. So Cabinet Secretary, on the 31st of August 2023, I wrote to the minister, the then Minister of Agriculture, relating to the use of carcinogenic pesticides in Kenya. And at that time, I had already brought a motion to Parliament in September 2019. That was the 12th Parliament. And again in 2022, in the 13th Parliament, I again raised the same issue. And then again in the year 2023, I sought a motion for even the removal from office from the members of the Pest Control Products Board, reason being that 76% of the total volume of pesticides used in Kenya have one or more active ingredients categorized as highly hazardous pesticides. This information is with the Ministry of Agriculture. Also, it was confirmed that some of the pesticides, in fact, over 40% of the pesticides that come into the country, are pesticides that have been banned in the United States and other parts of North America, and also in the entire Europe. However, those same pesticides are manufactured in those countries, but for export only to countries such as Kenya. And therefore, we want to ask, what is the status of implementing the recommendations of the National Assembly with regards to that public petition, petition number 70 of 2019, and what steps have been taken by the ministry to withdraw those harmful chemical pesticides in the Kenyan market? And also, what has the minister done to respond to my letter of 31st August 2023, which I also had an opportunity to bring it to your attention during the time you are being vetted for appointment as minister. And lastly, there is also what is being done about ensuring that the pesticide, which was formerly called Roundup, which currently is being sold under a different trade name, but with the same ingredients, what steps have been taken to remove it from the Kenyan market, even though it is known and is public knowledge, again, to the Pest Products Control Board, that, in fact, farmers in the United States were paid $230 million for having developed cancer as a result of use of those pesticides. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. First of all, is to say that, yes, the issue has been, we have been seized of the issue for a long time, and it has been discussed many times with various committees and tabled on 26th August and to the Committee on Implementation. A comprehensive report was tabled in that committee. But what regarding the question, there is the status of recommended National Assembly Department Committee of Health. We had several issues which were raised there, and the Honorable Member, Boss Chere, is raising, and I'll go through them so that I will indicate what the ministry has done to each particular issue. And the public petition number 70 of 2019 had 7 recommendations that had been addressed by the Ministry of Livestock and Agriculture and Livestock Development. One of the issues was on regulation and distributing and retailing of pesticides. And our response is that the ministry has already gazetted the pest control products and inspection and certification regulations of 2024 on 18th June 2024. The regulation sets the requirements for certification of distributors and retailing of pest control products. So those regulations were the ones which were recommended by the studying that committee, and we have already done the gazettement. So that action has been taken. The other one was the analysis of the products in the Kenyan market. We were requested to analyze the products, pesticide products in the Kenyan market, and the response is that 31 active ingredients and associated end-use products have been reviewed, and we have provided an annex, Mr. Speaker, Annex 4 in our report, which details all those pesticides which have been analyzed. The active ingredients have been analyzed, as we were requested by the committee to do. The development of the highly hazardous pesticide, what we call HHPS strategy, is also ongoing in partnership with the East African community. This is not a one-nation affair. We are also liaising with our East African community member states, so that because some of these pesticides are used across the East African community. And in the last 3 years, 79 pest control products have also been voluntarily withdrawn by litigants for various reasons. So Various litigants or registrations have been, 79 of them have voluntarily withdrawn their for various reasons. The other issue, Mr. Speaker, which was raised, number 3, was on funding. It was noted that in order for PCPB to do a good job, it had to have adequate funding. And PCPB has been underfunded until the current financial year, when funding was enhanced, and we accepted that. The raw funding caused the delays in reviewing the active ingredients in the petition, review of the regulations in the Pest Control Products Bill. However, development and review of regulations require public participation and also conduct of regulatory impact assessment, which requires a lot of resources, as you agree with me. And the funding needs to be to enhance so that the PCPB can do its work. So from this year, we have seen increased funding for PCPB, and we are hoping that it will do a better job in terms of making sure it does what it was requested to do. The other issue which was raised is the annual publication of pest control products that have been withdrawn or banned. And I report, Mr. Speaker, sir, that PCB publishes normally a list of withdrawn active ingredients and decisions, a list of withdrawn active ingredients and decisions. It also publishes a list of banned products, a list of the registered products, and a list of restricted products on its website. And we have provided also in our report an Annex 5, which indicates some of these products which has been withdrawn or restricted. So, and the ones which has been banned, actually in Annex 5 is on banned products in Kenya. So you see, members, you see there are 45 of them which have been banned in Kenya, and they are listed there from the herbicides, insecticides, and other products. So I don't have to go through the whole list of the products which have been banned, but the list is provided as it was requested. Then number 5 was the amendment to the Pest Control Act. We were requested to do the amendment to the Pest Control Act. The Cabinet memo, I can report that the Cabinet memo on the Pest Control Products Bill is on the National Treasury, awaiting concurrence and thereafter submission to Cabinet. So we have prepared the Pest Control Products Bill, and it is on way to Cabinet for approval. The regulations anchored on the PCPB Act of 346 of 1982 were recently gazetted. So we had proceeded to actually do the regulations before the bill, even the bill comes into place. So that is our response, and we have taken action. The other issue was access to data. And PCB has been accessing technical information on the data package supporting the safety of human health and environment. This data includes the chemistry, toxicology, effects on the environment and beneficial organisms, efficacy and residue studies, fate and behavior in the environment. This has been further elaborated in the new registration and regulations gazetted on 6 August 2024 under the Kenya Gazette Supplement number 155 and legal notice number 130. The proposal for the proposed PCPB bill provides for evaluation of PCP for safety of human health and environmental prior to registration. So also action has been taken, as you have seen, with the regulations in place. Labeling. One of the issues we are requested to do is also to do labeling, and the pest control products labeling, advertising, and packaging regulations were also gazetted in June 2024. The regulations require that all pest control products must have a label with adequate information. One of the issues which were raised in some of the cases in US and other jurisdictions was that the pesticides were not well labeled so that the users can be able to know whether there are any hazards and any risks or any dangers they pose. So we have gazetted the regulations to make sure that all the labels, all the pesticides are well labeled and the necessary information is given. The label should have signal words, precautionary pictograms, hazard symbols, and be compliant with the global harmonized system of classification and labeling of chemicals. All commercial labels must be both in English and Kiswahili for ease of interpretation. The banning of products. we are requested to look at what is available in Kenya and make sure that we have products which are harmful to humans and other creatures to be banned. But PCPB we can report that undertakes evidence and science-based decision when evaluating application on registration. And 45 active ingredients associated with associated aid-use products have been banned based on the decision of the international conventions like Rotterdam Convention, Stockholm Convention. The banned active ingredients are not allowed in the country, and the list of banned products is publicly available at PCB websites. The ministry has given regular update on the parliamentary committees on the progress, e.g. recently the Committee of Implementation Status of House resolutions on 19 September 2024, and Agriculture and Livestock Committee on September 2024. So there has been continuous engagement with this House and the committees on these banned products, and we have been discussing with the help of the PCPB, giving us the technical input. We are also requested to enhance our laboratory and analytical capacity. And what I can report is that the construction of our laboratory block is at 95% completion and a total cost of 328 million. Completion of the laboratory has been slow due to inadequate funding, inadequate analytical capacity, equipment, and staffing has also been some of the issues. The ministry in the process of equipping the laboratory and engaging the technical staff. So we have also enhanced our capacity by ensuring that we have a laboratory which can be able to analyze these agrochemicals. Then there was the issue of epidemiological studies to be done. Pesticide use, I can report, was conducted in Nakuru and Nyandarua counties in 2022. The survey showed that there is need to corroborate train farmers on the use of pesticides. A pesticide residue study was also carried out during the same year. 63 samples of kales, that is sukuma wiki, tomatoes, onions were sampled at farm gate level and major markets in Nakuru, Nyandarua, and Kajiado countries. One kale sample exceeded Codex minimum residue, showing 98.4 compliance. A recent residue study on kales, tomatoes, and onions showed high level of compliance to Codex minimum residue levels. The results from these surveys has informed decision on regulatory action and pertaining to pesticide labeling and training and awareness creation. So we have been constantly undertaking field studies to ensure that we are informed about if there is any minimum levels being exceeded and any epidemiological issues which have been coming up. Then there was the issue of enhancing and promoting training and public awareness of these pesticides. And the statutory organization, PCPB.
Minister, you have taken 20 minutes on one question.
Yes.
Not acceptable.
Sorry, sir. Because the issues.
Answers must be precise and concise.
Okay.
And related to the questions as asked. Yes. Deputy Speaker.
Yeah, you know, Mr. Cabinet Secretary, I have no doubt in my mind that that response was written for you by the Pest Control Products Board. Yes. Because that's exactly what they've been telling me since 2022. So that is not an answer. You cannot say that you want to analyze the pesticide and check for the ingredients. You don't need to do that. World science has already confirmed in peer-reviewed medical journals that it is harmful and causes cancer. End of story. So all you need to undertake is a literature review on the table, just using the books and the other publications that have been made, including the court judgments that have already been given and awarded people, and even the decisions by those countries to not sell them at all or use them in their own countries. That information is available to you. You also know very well that for all our exports, any flowers or vegetables that leave Kenya, if you don't use organic pyrethrum-based pesticides, it is returned back. The moment they reach the airport overseas, They are tested for minimum residue limits, and they are sent back into Kenya. And the moment they get to our airport, what the people at the airport do is it makes its way to the local market. You also know very well that the over 22 scientists from various universities in Kenya did that desk review and came up with something called the Pesticide Atlas. So that story of saying we are analyzing, we need more money, we need a laboratory, it is not necessary at all. What you need to do is save lives of Kenyans first. And you save our lives first by and you don't need a new regulation. You simply go, the Pest Products Control Board, go to their list of approved pesticides, remove those ones that we know to be harmful now, stop the harm, and then later you can do your analysis. But you can't be doing your analysis as Kenyans are dying. You know very well, Kirinyaga County has the highest prevalence of cancer, but it also has the highest prevalence of use of those pesticides. So that's the answers are not adequate. I think he'll have to come back another day.
Yes, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I agree that what we need to do I'm informed that this is a very technical area, and you must agree with me. What we rely on is scientific evidence, and PCB, yes, it is correct. You are on that this material has come mainly from PCBB.
Minister, and you are an agricultural scientist?
Yes, but from another branch, the economic side. It is not from the technical side.
Because I'm hearing you saying you are testing sukuma wiki in Nyandarua, I don't know, you are testing... when you are being told by the Deputy Speaker, and she has been on this for the last 4 or 5 years.
Yes.
There's a resolution of this House that these harmful pesticides banned for use in the countries that manufacture them are being sold in our market to harm our people and destroy our economy, because when there is any trace of such material in our products, they cannot enter the EU market. They cannot enter the Japanese market. They cannot enter the American market where they manufacture this and send to us. So can you tell the Parliament and the country what you want to do? If you are not ready, we'll give you time to go and bring a more comprehensive response.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. The evidence we have and the independent research, review of literature, which has been done by the agency which has been tasked to do that in this country, the PCPB, has independently gone around, and for instance, particularly for the glyphosate, Roundup, which is particularly mentioned, the herbicides have not been found to have any carcinogenic effect. There is no scientific evidence. That is the position.
Yes, Professor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think the minister seems not to have understood. He's the one who said that the laboratory is 95 complete, meaning there's no actual lab that does the test. He just needs to admit that we are not prepared as a country to test for the pesticide. Our pesticide control may be there, but we are not capable of doing the test, and therefore he's not ready. Because in the Committee of Implementation, we have been asking these questions, and always it was postponed because the minister is not in the House. He doesn't come. I think, and I request, let him go and look for a comprehensive answer. Even that lab, which is saying 95% complete construction work, there are many other things that is required in the lab, including human resource. They don't have. So why is he economical with the truth? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mama Zamzam.
Mheshimiwa Spika, ningependa kumwelezea waziri afahamu kuwa kina mama wengi wanapoteza maisha yao. Na hata hapa mbeleni kidogo tulikuwa tunaongea na Mheshimiwa Meli Adhiambo, kuna mtoto wa dadake ambaye ni lawyer, ukimwona Mheshimiwa Spika huwezi kuamini. anapoteza maini kwa kansa. Mheshimiwa Spika, nataka kumwambia waziri, kama huna majibu, chukua huyu Mheshimiwa Deputy Speaker, amefanya research ya kutosha aweze kukusaidia. Hatuwezi kukubali Wakenya wanakufa na sisi tunataka kuinua uchumi kwa sababu ya mtu mmoja ataka kupata faida na pesticide. Hii ni hatari, itolewe. Kenya kuna vitu vingine ambavyo tuweza kutumia kwa ukulima tukatoa mazao mazuri. Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa hiyo waziri, mimi nakuomba kwa heshima na taadhima, mimi ni mama, siko tayari kufa kwa kansa. Kwa heshima mfuate mheshimiwa aweze kukupa ile ambayo ametoa ya haki, na uweze kufuata, tutoe hichi kitu katika market yetu. Asante sana.
Obo.
Bwana Spika, mimi niko na shida nyingine. Katika haya mambo waziri anazungumzia, hii ya dawa za wadudu zinapuliziwa kwenye mimea. Bwana Spika, kuna tatizo lingine afaa pia aliangalie. Tatizo lilioko kule kwangu Lamu Mashariki, wakulima wangu hawatumii aina yoyote ya madawa. Sisi ni wakulima wa simsim. Lakini shida imetokea, wale wakulima jirani wanatumia madawa kupuliza. Ile bidhaa zao zimepelekwa, simsim yao imepelekwa nje, imerudishwa. Sasa soko limeharibiwa za wakulima wote wa simsim. Hivi ninavyokuambia, simsim imejazana Lamu East, Lamu Mashariki. Ana mipango gani ya kuwasaidia hawa wakulima kuhakikisha hizi simsim zimeuzwa? Manake wao tuko tayari zipimwe. Zetu Lamu Mashariki hatutumii hizi pesticide. Kwa hivyo atusaidie, ajue hata kama vile mnavyofanya kwenye maziwa, saa ingine maziwa ikizidi serikali inanunua, basi mnunue zile simsim, wakulima wetu wapate kufaidika. Asante.
Chairman of Agriculture.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I stand on the view that the minister needs to be better prepared with reasons. Number one, Honorable Speaker, we are talking about a very sensitive issue. It is sensitive in the sense that it is science, and let's not joke around, Honorable Speaker, there's a problem here. The problem being that any rejection of any product from any country must be explained. And they talk about maximum residual levels of the chemicals or the pests themselves or pesticides in that particular product. There's an international body called Context Alimentarius, which sets the standards. Kenya's products sometimes were rejected in the European market as a result of the European supermarkets coming up with a Europe gap, which was a standard. Kenya developed Kenyan gap, which was a higher standard than their market standard. And all our products were getting into Europe. So now, Speaker, let's not mix issues. Number one, we need scientific evidence. And scientific evidence must be from refereed journals, not gray literature. Honorable Speaker, I stand here as a person who knows what I'm talking about. Gray literature is only studied out by somebody and purporting to have referred to other literature. When you follow it up, you find that it doesn't end up. Again, that particular study was denounced by the international bodies. So the minister needs to be thoroughly prepared before we make a very serious decision which can be counterproductive to the country. And why am I saying this? We followed this issue on our Speaker, and as a committee, we engaged the PCPB on a retreat. And we told them, with Honorable Mruku, I'm wondering why Honorable Mruku is not in today. We told them, please tell us. We had mentions of names, the references. We followed up the references. Some of them were struck off the record of the respected writers in that particular field, based on what they said, which was denounced by another body. So now, Speaker, let us really be there as a country, because we might be banning our own. In Europe, I was in Europe last month. We were in Denmark. They are using Roundup. They are selling across the world. I was with the minister there, and we had presentations. I'm not talking for the ministry. I'm not talking for the I'm talking for the country, Kenya, because besides anything, we need to do international trade. And if we have to do international trade, we must do trade under the WTO trading systems and the regulations that have been set for anything that is eaten, Context Alimentary standards. So, Honorable Speaker, let the minister come up with the details. Let anybody else who has any evidence bring the evidence. Let the evidence be cross-checked so that, Honorable Speaker, we quote something that is quotable. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Melemba.
Honorable Speaker, I think now, following the speak from the Chairman of Agriculture, and what the Minister spoke to almost in his last sentence, you will notice that this debate is bigger. This question is not ordinary. Because when the Minister was finalizing, he almost spoke to the fact that he has done some research and the so-called pesticides may not be harmful. You have heard what the Chair of Agriculture said. You heard what the questionnaire did speak to. The Minister is not saying everything plainly. In his office, there's a report which has given even that roundup, a clean bill of health. He should speak on that. And that's why I think the chairman is quite specific that these are scientific things that will need real scientific proof. So he needs to be more prepared. Because equally the questionnaire is having evidence. And when you hear her speak, she's exact. She's having references. So this is a matter that Honorable Speaker needs more so that we can clear with that roundup. And the minister was avoiding to touch the word roundup all along until now it has emerged from other quarters. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I come from an agricultural constituency where we grow large-scale flowers and horticultural product for export. Mr. Speaker, Meru, Kirinyaga are among the highest counties with a high level of cancers. Mr. Speaker, when I heard the minister speak, he spoke of carrying out some research somewhere in Nyahururu, but in the deep areas where the cancer is more prevalent, he hasn't even touched it, Mr. Speaker. So there's a deficiency in his answer because where the current of the research is not where the cases harmful effect on human and animals is. So my request is that the minister carries out more research in the most deep agricultural zones, particularly Meru County, and specifically in Mori constituency, Mr. Speaker, where we have a high level of women miscarriage, the ones around the farms, within the farm workers. We grow potatoes, we grow cabbages, we grow almost all export products. And some of these products, Mr. Speaker, are some of the ones that are being returned. So really, this is not an issue that need to be just be given because laymen like us are really understanding the problem. But the people who are supposed to be giving a solution, they are not. This pest control board, I think, is where the problem is. And I think something needs to be done. There's a human deficiency in that institution that are not telling Kenyans the truth. If a lawyer is able to disseminate the information from our own research, and a scientist at the pest control board is not able to explain, then this country is in danger. We're in danger. And I'm saying this, Mr. Speaker, because my constituency has been taken as a research, as a center of focus by National AIDS Control Council, by the Minister of Health, everybody. But the Minister of Agriculture is silent. There are information that makes them know where they need to focus and get the answer to our problem. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I also support that there's a need for the CS to bring all the evidence in terms of research, and the honorable member who has asked the question to also bring whatever she may also have, so that if there is any contradiction, I think this House, with your guidance, will be able to go to the next step as to establish the correct position so that we can be able to handle this issue. If these pesticides are the ones that are causing cancer to our people, then we can be able to know how to address it. but we cannot come to a conclusion as to that aspect until that research is well concluded, so that even my people, the people of Gachagua I represent, we also do a lot of coffee, we use a lot of pesticides, and many other crops, and there's a prevalence of cancer, and there's a belief that these pesticides are the causes of cancer. But I don't want to make a conclusion because I'm not a scientist. Let it come from the scientists so that we can be able to handle the matter in the best way possible. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Owen.
Honorable Speaker,
You've turned this question into a debate.
Honorable Speaker, looking at, I know the Honorable Gladys Shirley has been on this for many years, and I've been in this house hearing her all the time, and we don't seem to get headway. I also know that this house can use experts, including our local universities and professors and all that. Now, if we are not actually, because the minister is saying something else, Gladys is saying something else, other people will say something else, this is scientific corpus that may have different lineages and leanings, and people have their own, even industry players will influence the debate and all that. Why don't we, as Parliament, ask scientists to come up with a small conference to inform Parliament so that we make a decision? Because the minister will rely on scientists in his office. I don't think he's a scientist in that area. We rely on scientists in his office that will give information that he may not possibly have his own personal conclusions on it. So, Honorable Speaker, I think that we stop belaboring this, but we look for a solution for the country by asking professors and others to come up with a paper, and we listen to them so that we make a decision, not just on the perspective of what the minister says, but Parliament makes a decision and instructs the ministry on what to do. Otherwise, it will be back and forth all the time.
Thank
you, Honorable Speaker. Just allow me to just make some things clear. One is I'm saying that in the United States of America, the Superior Court of California awarded farmers $250 million apiece against Monsanto, which was manufacturing Roundup. And it was after that that it was completely banned. Monsanto is a huge company. They had armies of scientists, but they weren't able to win the case. And that case was applied to the entire Europe and the whole of North America and the whole of the United States. How foolish as we as Kenyans to think that we can get better scientists than those ones who have done it in those countries. And furthermore, they said it had the highest number of scientists evaluating it in the history of a damages case in the United States. And I sent it to your office. You have that court case. Today, I'm also mobilizing. I'm going to do a class action in this country, and it will be against the Ministry of Agriculture and against the Pest Products Control Board, because it is their responsibility to protect us. If it is safe, why is it not being sold in Europe and America? And if it is safe, why is it that when our farmers use those products and send them abroad, when they are tested, they are sent, the entire container is returned back? I have visited many of the companies, 6 companies in Nakuru and 2 in Kenya, in Nairobi. They are the ones who produce the pyrethrum-based pesticides. And when I asked them, who buys from you? Because I know the ordinary farmer doesn't. They said, any farmer who is exporting normally buys from them. Because you go to farmers, they'll tell you, this is for export, so I use pyrethrum-based. This is for the local market, nobody checks. And this, again, the pesticide atlas was done by over 22 professors from Kenya. That has been done. It has been peer-reviewed abroad. Even if you build your lab until when, you will not have that. And when you tell us that you're doing labeling, tell me how many farmers can read what sulfate something 0.2 means. They can't understand those labels. So what you do, just remove it from the market. And we have over 6,000 types of pesticides that are sold here. If we remove 267 that I have isolated as being harmful, we'll still be able to have pesticides in the country. So why you removed, out of the 267, they have removed 7. But they are going too slowly. We'll have too many deaths by the time you get to that. So this information is out there. You don't need to do your own evaluation. The world has done it. The entire Europe has done it. The entire Americas has done it. There is no way you're going to build a lab and be able to do it here in Kenya. That's a lie.
Minister, to make progress, Dr. Mutunga, you've made your pitch, and you are the chairman of the committee. So I don't want you to appear also to be holding brief for the minister who is present. Minister will step down this question, and I'll direct you to be here on Wednesday next week afternoon, before we break, to deal specifically with this question. Owen Bayer, communicate with your boss to ensure that the minister comes to answer this question. As patriotic Kenyans, and as a country whose economy is rooted on agriculture, employing 70% plus of our workforce, it should concern you, members, that we do the right things. If our products go to Europe, we now have duty-free, quota-free access. But then they hit non-tariff barriers in terms of scientific checks and come back, then we lose as a country. And it harms our economy. Those like the member for Gachagua, whose base of economy is horticulture, they'll suffer, and everybody else. So, Minister, you have a duty to ensure that Kenya benefits from scientific development, both internal and externally. What is developed in America or Europe is universal. We don't want to hear members crying about prevalence of cancer cases. And one can ask, why do we have serious prevalence of cancer cases in areas where these chemicals are in use, lesser than in pastoralist areas, and so on and so forth? So go and prepare. Come back on Wednesday on this particular question. So we'll go to the other questions so that you can be able to satisfy, not only, you are not addressing Parliament, you are addressing the country.
Yes. We are well guided, Mr. Speaker, sir.
We go to now the first question by private notice by Geoffrey Ruku. Question 015 of 2024. By Geoffrey Ruku, question dropped. Question by Joyce Kamene. I have a letter authorizing Honorable Kiamba to ask the question on her behalf. Kiamba, go ahead. Question 027 of 2024.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I wish to ask this question on behalf of Honorable Joyce Kamene of Machakos County. Question to the Cabinet Secretary for Agriculture and Livestock Development. Could the Cabinet Secretary state the long-term sustainable measures the ministry is putting in place to lower the cost of agricultural inputs other than the provision of subsidized fertilizer, considering the rising food prices in the country and on account of inflation? 2, state the programs and the policies the ministry has implemented to reduce importation of food to the country and ensure food self-sufficiency. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. On the first question, the sustainable measures the ministry is putting in place to lower the cost of inputs. First of all, we note that, yes, the question indicated the prices, the food prices were rising, but this has, from recent figures, we note that the prices of most foodstuff have come down, and also inflation has come down. But what we are doing to make sure that this cost of production and sustainable measures are put in place, one of them is we are promoting local fertilizer production, and we are hoping that by doing so, the cost of fertilizer will further come down. We are also doing blended fertilizer production. We have factories which have come up in Nakuru, in Eldoret, so that they start blending fertilizers. Fertilizers which are blended are better than the original, the other fertilizers, because they allow farmers to use specific fertilizers. We have also, Mr. Speaker, sir, developed high-yielding seed varieties, focusing on drought-resistant crops, pest-resistant, and which are suitable for different regions in the country. And also, we are promoting climate-smart agriculture practices through the use of climate techniques to mitigate climate-related risks. And we are also put in place subsidies on input credit programs, such as Smart Input Subsidy Program, using e-vouchers to target smallholder farmers, input credit facilities tailored towards farmers, such as the Agriculture Finance Corporation, Commodity Fund, the new KPCU, among others. We are also promoting soil health and sustainable farming practices. And on the second question, the programs and policies the ministry is using to reduce importation of food in the country and ensure self-sufficiency. One, I would say that, Mr. Speaker, sir, the major imports we have been doing in this country, food items, we are also concerned, and part of the bill which we have, actually we are importing foodstuff worth about $4 billion, that is about 500 billion. And the main imports are mainly edible oils, mafuta ya kupikia, wheat, rice, and of late, sugar was also in the list, but of late, sugar has come out of the list. So for edible oils, we have distributed 556 metric tons of sunflower, which we have distributed to farmers all over the country for 200,000 acres in 2024, in order to produce about estimated 40,000 metric tons of edible oil. This project is aimed to cut input costs by 50% in 5 years. Other edible oils covered by the project include canola, simsim, and palm oil. So this is an edible oils promotion project, which is to cut our import of edible oils. Wheat is the other major import which we have been having. We have been promoting or working with CARO to promote production of quality seed planting materials and varieties. However, what we have in the country is to ensure that whatever is produced in the country by our farmers is mopped up before any miller can import any wheat. So there is a wheat purchase program which ensures that we purchase all the wheat from the country before any importer is given a license to import any wheat. We have also embarked on what we are calling Land Commercialization Initiative. This is an initiative where we are teaming up with the private sector to encourage them to come and lease land from government institutions like ADC, Agriculture Development Corporation, ADC, and we are giving leases from 10 to 35 years. And some of them have come up with leases which they are able to grow some of these crops like canola, simsim, and also sunflower. So this will help us also improve our local production. On livestock, because livestock is also an important area, like milk, we are importing also a big chunk of especially value-added products like cheese. What we are doing in the country, for instance, is to ensure that we give farmers incentive to produce more milk. And we are going to provide milk coolers to dairy farmers. And currently, we are in the process of procuring some milk coolers to reduce post-harvest loss in milk and the milk collected, improved, and processed. The first phase, or the second, we had already distributed about 350 coolers between 2018 and 2022. Currently, we are procuring 230 coolers, which will be distributed early in January 2025, January to February 2025. This is to ensure that our farmers get the coolers and make sure that they preserve the milk. There is no loss. There is improved production for the improved production. We are also intervening in the livestock sector by making sure that we have a livestock vaccination program. The national livestock vaccination programs are mainly aimed at maybe transboundary diseases like foot and mouth, and the one for the small ruminants. And we are making sure that we vaccinate all our animals. In the past, counties have tried to vaccinate the animals, but this has not been effective because one county vaccinates, the other one doesn't vaccinate. That doesn't solve the disease issue. There has been an issue about this particular intervention, but what I can inform this House, Mr. Speaker, sir, Madam Speaker, is that we are using local vaccine manufactured by our local institution called Kenya Veterinary Vaccine Institute, KVVAPI. So we are not importing any vaccine to use for vaccination. The vaccination is using local vaccine. And I would like to invite members of this House who are interested. Even we can facilitate you to go to KVVAPI to see how this vaccine is being made. So it is not something which is coming from outside. It is not something controversial. We have been using KVVAPI to even export our vaccine. We are also, for the families which lost some livestock during the last drought, we are also doing a livestock restocking program to make sure that they get their livestock back. Goats, mainly goats, targeting about 10,000 to 108,000 in 16 counties. We are also using duty waiver for importation of raw materials of processing animal feeds. We know that animal feeds is one of the greatest costs in this country. So we are deliberately allowing manufacturers and manufacturers of animal feeds some duty waivers for some of the particular ingredients like enzymes, amino acids, and protein concentrates, so that they can lower the cost of overall animal feeds in the country. So those are the measures, some of the key measures we are taking to make sure that we are lowering the cost of making sure that the import bill is down, and also we are lowering the cost of agriculture and those who are in it. Thank you.
Honorable Member Fukwanza.
I think it's much more than what the minister is saying. First and foremost, I want you to tell us what programs you have, because you see, you can do, for example, importation of the milk coolers. I have gone round and I've noticed that the milk coolers are there, but the people who are using them don't know how to use them. So what programs, what technical programs are you are you forwarding to the farmers so that they can have, because of course importation of milk and exportation of milk is very important. I want to just inform the minister that I had a time to go to Middle East some times back. And Chair, Madam Speaker, you would go to the have breakfast and get milk from this country. Today you go to Middle East, you can't get milk, you get milk from Uganda. So what are you doing about it? Because we want to increase the exportation of milk, but the program is not clear. You now want to bring in the milk coolers. What programs you have, technical programs you have to make sure they succeed? Because I understand you have almost 300 and something coming in. I'm not sure what programs you have, so can be able to work on that.
Thank you. The member who asked on behalf of Honorable Joyce Kamene, do you want to get a clarification?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I was only requesting the Cabinet Minister, because I asked on behalf of the member whether we could have a written copy of the response. So thank you.
I think normally the standard practice that they provide the written copy. So I think you can get it from the clerk's desk. The Honorable Member Honorable Guyo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. If I listen to the question, it was referring to outside the provision of the fertilizer. In other words, I come from a region that supplies meat supply to Nairobi, and most parts of Kenya through the livestock. I wanted to know from the minister, for the livestock farmers, especially the ones from the northern Kenya, who are facing imminent drought, what the ministry is thinking or planning to do, especially considering that we are expected to have failed short rains, and how many of our animals may die because of the drought. So the minister should have actually, instead of zeroing so much on agricultural issues, he should have given us a bit of history on livestock. What are their ministry, actually, what is the ministry budget that looks after the pastoral communities in northern Kenya? Thank you.
I'll allow you to answer that. Maybe I can take one more question. I'll take one more question, Honorable Rueda, and then I'll come to you.
Bi Speaker, mwanzo swali langu niliuliza halikujibiwa. Limepotea na ile kaambiwa aende arudi, lakini hili langu anaweza jibu ni mambo ya simsim. Ni labda niregelee tena. Kwa sababu ni muhimu, watu wangu walikuja kwangu wakaniambia wako na shida sahihi, kuna wakulima wa simsim kule Lamu Mashariki. Kwa sababu ya jirani zetu wanatumia hizi madawa, bidhaa zao ziliregeshwa. Sasa imefanya wale wetu pia wamepoteza soko, simsim iko nyingi kule na haina soko. Je, mna mipangilio gani kusaidia hao wakulima wala Mashariki, nao ni wa Kenya? Maana yake katika hii Ministry Agriculture inafanywa huku kwingine, Lamu Mashariki ni kama hakuna wakulima, na tuna wakulima kule, kuna cashew nut sisi tunatoa nyingi zaidi Kenya. Hata Kilifi wanasema wana cashew nut, lakini miti yao ni mizee, yetu ukiangalia kwa hesabu ndio inatoka nyingi zaidi. Lakini Lamu Mashariki, na hakika kwa hii ministry hakuna chochote imefanywa. Au aniambie kitu gani imefanya Lamu Mashariki? Asante.
Because that was a follow-up question, Waziri, if you want to defer it to the answer to the next time you're here, yes. Or are you able to answer it on your feet? You may go ahead to answer all three of them.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will start with the question on what we are doing to complement the distribution of kuras. I would say that, first of all, this time loud, we don't want to make the mistakes we made the last time. The last time we issued kuras, and some of them are not being utilized because they were not positioned in the right places. So this time we have gone out in the field, mapped the areas where the farmers need the kuras, and we have assessed whether they have the necessary infrastructure. For instance, power, whether they need the housing, all that is being done. Two, we want also to complement that, and we are working with the county governments. We want to complement that by making sure that those farmers, especially those who are organized in cooperatives, they have access to technical information, including how they get their semen, how they get their feeds, how they get all those other services. So this time loud, we are more, particularly for the honorable member, we are a bit more cautious, we are a bit more organized. We don't want to give just a kura. We are giving a service, and that service have to come with all the complementary services. The other one is the issue about livestock, what we are doing about livestock. Yes, I agree 100%. Livestock is one of the critical areas, one of the biggest potential. We are, the northeastern and the rains are being said to be coming on shortage of rains. So one of the areas which you have said is that we will work with the northeastern. We have a budget for feedlots where we will be able to promote and work with the communities to have feedlots and put also pastures for storage for our livestock. I also mentioned restocking for the families which lost their animals during the last drought. About 10,000 of them, you get the restocking, and also the vaccination campaigns. So we have not forgotten livestock. We have programs for them, and mainly to make sure that they are being more resilient and adapting to the climate change issues. On the simsim, sijasahau mambo ya simsim. Ni kusema ya kwamba hiyo imekuja it has come on the floor, And what we are going to do is contact, because this is a shared responsibility, we are also going to contact work with the Ramu County government to see how we can help the Sim farmers. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Ridikini.
Thank you. I really want to congratulate the minister, because I think he has come out in trying to answer what the government is doing to enhance the performance of agriculture, going to the program of better transformation of our economy. Madam Speaker, he has spoken quite a lot on canola. And my constituency is the largest producer of canola in Meru County, and I think in the country. It's among the top. But I've never felt the effect of the ministry in terms of that crop. I want to urge the minister that we need to feel the presence of the ministry on that product, because it's expanding. We're encouraging farmers, even large-scale, small-scale farmers, to enhance the productivity. Number two, Mr. Speaker, he has spoken about so many packages of product, but he hasn't spoken on delivery, agricultural extension personnel, because there is a total deficiency. If we leave this to the counties, they have no capacity. Yes, there's a lot of the ministry doing, but to get this product and to get this information training to the farmers, we lack agricultural extension officers. They are going to do double work in terms of crop and in terms of livestock. Mr. Speaker, I know what I expected him to talk more is what the government is doing in terms of the feeding programs. Livestock, on the dairy sector. Right now, there are so many types of grass that is drought resistance. There's it's quite in plenty, but the ministry.
Now you just ask a question.
Yeah,
now
could they? Yes, could they? The ministry please look at the element of seeds and the seedlings for either crops and even for the grass for the feed, animal feed. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, the quality of animals, the dissemination of information at sex semen, and knowing what type of daily cattle that we require in different parts of the country, because you can't have the same across the country. There are some regions where Frisians does better, where Jersey does better. So we need that kind of guidance to the farmers of this country. Thank you.
I'll allow the minister to answer that so that we can be able to move to the next question. Honorable Gashimu, what is the point of information? You have a question coming up soon.
To seek a clarification connected to the livestock and the coolers, because coolers are supposed to store milk which has already been produced, and agriculture is supposed to support production. But once the milk has already been produced, and these coolers are supposed to support groups that are together, because it's not individual. I think this ought to have come through cooperatives that produce milk. And I think that is an area that, because you cannot give a livestock farmer a cooler because you have livestock, but it has to be a grouping, and that's an area that they need to look at.
That's what actually the minister said. Yes, you may proceed.
Madam Speaker, on the same issue of coolers, I have heard the CS Agriculture telling us that there are those people who have been sent in the field to gather information on the right places where to place these coolers. And Central Menti, my constituency, is one of the places where much milk is produced, and a lot is going at waste because of lack of coolers. And I have not heard even last weekend on Saturday, and even yesterday, happened to have been especially in the much producing, growing area of the milk. And I did not hear from them. They were even sending me to come and ask, if possible, the president, because he had promised them.
Just frame it in a question that the minister
yes,
can be able to answer.
Can the minister come
Just
up?
ask the question.
Can the minister come up and tell us the procedure which he is using to gather that information? Because we are people's representative and we have not been consulted, and even our people down there on the ground have not, they have not received
You've asked the
any of
question.
those
What
issues.
is the
Second question,
procedure they are
the last
using
one,
to
the last one,
allocate?
Madam Speaker. Yes. What is the minister doing as a Kenya Kwanza policy to make sure that this bottom-up economy of assisting the farmers to make much production and preservation is being to be sustained, especially in areas where we as Kenya Kwanza MPs and the president gave promises of giving coolers, milk coolers.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
What's your point of order, Honorable Rueda?
Speaker, niko kwa hoja ya nidhamu. Je, ni haki waziri kusema ataenda kuuliza county government, na tuna hakika wafugaji wa simsim kwetu la Mashariki hajawahi saidiwa na chochote na serikali hii, wanajitegemea wenyewe. Na sehemu zingine maziwa, majani, kahawa, mugokaa, wote wanapata fedha kutoka kwa serikali ya national government. Nilikuwa natarajia aniambie mikakati, na kama hana sahihi aniambie nitarudi. Hiyo Wednesday akirudi anielezea na mikakati gani. Lakini kunifanya mimi niambiwe county government. Mimi si senator, mimi si MCA, kama nitaenda huko tena nikaulize governor.
Okay, Honorable Rueda, I think he has heard you, and he will. You also can take his contacts, and then he can brief you after he has. I mean, you can direct him at the places to go and speak. I think, honorable members, let us proceed with the minister to speak, and then we can go to the next question.
Yeah, thank you, Madam.
You'll have a chance for follow-up questions from the next questions.
Yeah, thank you, Madam. Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll start with the last one. I think we will be able to respond more comprehensively next when we come here. And we also, I'll give you my contact. We can also liaise with you so that we get to the details. Because I don't want to be seen as if I'm biased against simsim. It's a crop like any other crop we have to handle. Well, in terms of kuras, if I can start there, identification. Why we are identifying the locations based on the needs which we have received. And also, as it has been said, His Excellency the President has also been able to promise some of the areas, some kuras. So we are taking that into account. And we are also working with cooperatives. We are not giving individuals. We cannot give a kura to an individual. We are giving mainly to cooperatives and other associations which involve a group of farmers. So that is very clear. And then the issue about what we are doing in terms of production of the milk and the quality of the animals, yes, we are also, the government is also gearing up in terms of making sure that we have good genetic materials, sex semen being one of them, and being distributed across the country. We are even investing a lot more in our the center which produces the semen in Kabete. And we are also having plans to make sure that the semen, some of the semen is distributed across these cooperatives which we are working with. The same with the seeds and seedlings. I would like to assure members that we have worked across the clock to make sure that this country have enough seeds and seedlings. The Kenya Seed and other seed-producing companies have worked very hard, and we are sure that come next season, we will be having enough seed in this country. We are also working to eradicate the menace for fake seeds so that farmers don't get fake seeds. Then the issue about extension. We know this agriculture mostly in terms of extension is a devolved function. We are in constant, we even have, last month we had a meeting with the county governments in Mombasa. About 20 governors came. one of the issues we are discussing is about how to revive extension and how the national government can work with the counties to build their capacity in order to revive extension. And one of the areas we agreed upon is, and what the national government is doing, is what we are calling the agripreneur model, where we are recruiting some young people who we are taking to the counties. Already 2,800 of them have been recruited and sent to the counties. We want to, at the end, to have about 18,000 of them, which you'll be supporting. We're working together with the counties so that we strengthen our extension, because it has gone down, and we are doing everything possible to make sure that the extension is up and running. Canola is the one crop which we think has a lot of potential. And as we have already said, there is an oil crop program which we are working on, including sunflower and canola. And this time, loud, I can assure the member, we are going to see more in terms of the government coming in terms of canola. Thank you.
Okay, I think we can move to the next question. I think the question by Honorable Geoffrey Ruku is dropped, but in any case, I already asked it, and the minister is going to report it next week because it's about to round up.
Yes.
So I think when they come, he's going to answer it because that was part of the question. So now we move to the question by the member for Chebalungu, Honorable Victor Koech. He's absent, so we'll drop that. And then there is now next is question number 103 of 2024 by the member for Geshugu, Honorable Robert Kishimu. You may proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And as I ask my questions, at least the CS has considered that actually these are matters of cooperatives. And because he's a professional and he came in when this program had already started, I think he has considered that it is misplaced because there's a department of cooperatives under the Ministry of MSMEs and cooperatives in this country, but that is a matter that can be sorted outside this parliament. Now, let me go to my questions. Question number 103 of 2024. Number 1, confirm that the prices of macadamia nuts purchased from farmers in recent years has sharply declined from over 200 per kilogram to below 50 Kenya shillings per kilogram. Number 2, explain why there has been such sharp decline in macadamia nut prices and outline measures aimed at boosting these prices, considering that the vital role they play as a source of income for many farmers. Number 3, Honorable Speaker, elucidate on why the regulations in respect of macadamia nuts prices mandated by Section 40 of the Crops Act, Cap 318, is yet to be formulated, and when they are expected to be formulated and be implemented to protect farmers from unscrupulous dealers. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Madam Speaker. Confirming that the price of macadamia declined from 200 shillings to 50, I would like to confirm that was the case, because that happened between when we had 2022 and 2023, because the sales could not, most of the companies could not sell because of the COVID and blockage. So even actually some areas, the price went up to 30 shillings. So that is confirmed. That is not denied. Then the issue about the sharp decline in macadamia and how we are boosting the prices is to note that since then, the price of macadamia has actually risen, because the outlets, the demand has risen again. And last year, end of last year, the farmers were fetching around 80 shillings. And currently, some of them are going up to 120 shillings. So there has been a revival because of, first of all, the government came in and ensured that the demand is improved by actually allowing the nut in shell exports, which we did. That improved, made sure there is competition in the market, and the prices had improved. And we also note that 95% of our macadamia is exported. And largely, mainly, so the prices which we get also depend on what is happening in the global market. And what happened during that time when there was a decline, there was also attributed to the global turmoil in some of the markets where we sell our macadamia, like in US, EU, and China. But since then, as I have indicated, the prices have gone up. One of the consequences is that our manufacturers, local processors, which are a big number, actually almost about 35 or 38, which they could not even get the macadamia to process in the country because of the glut which was there. And China has emerged as one of the macadamia producers, and this is causing also a glut in the market. So the prices, the dynamics about the prices in Kenya are mainly global and also local, whether we are exporting a nut in shell, whether the local companies can be able to process. What are the measures are we taking? The ministry, as I have indicated, lifted the ban on exportation of raw macadamia, which has been imposed for the period of 2nd November to 2023 to 3rd November 2024. The ban was imposed to facilitate clearing of the backlog of macadamia, what was not in shell, through export. This translated to price recovery from the previous lows of 30 shillings last year to an average of 80 average last year, bed of last year. And these prices have increased to 120 by now. The ministry, through the Agriculture Food Authority, has undertaken intense sensitization of growers of the need to form associations and cooperatives. Because one of the other areas which we are finding is that macadamia farmers are not organized into groups or cooperatives, and they are being exploited by brokers. Brokers take the big role. So we would like to mobilize farmers into cooperatives and associations so that they can be able to market in an organized manner. The ministry had issued a ban on harvesting of macadamia because we also noted that some of the unscrupulous brokers and farmers were harvesting immature nuts. And this, they were trying to sell in the market, and some of them for export. And this was making Kenyan macadamia to look, the quality to go down. So they agreed that we need to impose what we call a ban, a period where you cannot harvest until the nuts are mature. The government is also in the process of developing mature nuts grading guidelines so that farmers can earn optimum prices from good grades. There is no grading system. They say grade 1 and 2, but we would like to have a guidelines on how that can be done. The ministry has also developed marketing strategy to guide domestic market expansion for macadamia nuts, and the ministry, through Agriculture Food Authority, regulator, is creating stakeholder engagement platforms to facilitate buyer-seller negotiations for competitive price discovery of macadamia value chains. So we are doing various measures to make sure that farmers get the maximum out of the macadamia. Then number 3 is why we have not, as mandated by Section 44 of the 40 of the Crops Act, yes, is to be formulated, and they expected implemented to protect the farmers and scrupulous dealers. As I have indicated, the response is that the ministry has formulated already the regulations anchored on Section 40 of the Crops Act 2013, which addresses marketing as various subsections. We have quoted the subsections. They are 40A, 40R, 40S. So there are already regulations which have been formulated, and those regulations addresses various aspects of marketing. For instance, they provide for rising of quality planting material, arising from quality planting material, making sure that we have quality planting materials. Regulation 22 also provides for contracting signing and between growers and dealers so that we manage the marketing. Another regulation provides for harvesting and maturity of macadamia nuts. Another regulation, development of traceability system so that we can be able to trace where the macadamia is coming from. So we have an large array of regulations which have been formulated to make sure that we streamline the marketing and pricing and management of the macadamia market industry. With some of them even providing for sampling and compliance with standards which support production of quality and which will consistently be boosting prices. In general, I would say we have made all the efforts, most of the efforts, to make sure that we have regulations to make sure that that sector, which is actually coming up very well, we have order so that we are not left to the whims of traders and farmers are left vulnerable. So that is what I can say. Thank you very much.
Yes, Honorable Ngui. You have a follow-up? Okay.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the CS has considered that the lifting of the ban for importation of the raw macadamia mean the price to shoot from as low as 30 shillings to 80 for exportation of raw macadamia, from as low as 30 to 80 and eventually 120. Why would you want to impose a ban on export if the prices will decline for the farmers? Please clarify that. The ban not to harvest macadamia between 3rd November 2024 and 1st March 2025. What informed this ban between this period? And this ban also has a force of law. Where is it anchored in law? Secondly, macadamia has different varieties. There are some varieties of macadamia that usually produce, or actually they are usually producing macadamia, those varieties, the entire year, depending on the variety. Where do these fall under this ban? There are also ecological and climatic conditions that determine when macadamia would be ready for harvesting. The entire country is now stuck that you cannot, you can't harvest any macadamia. And if this is the time farmers are getting buyers, and to prevent glut, because the moment you open on 3rd, in March, then there will be glut in the entire country and macadamia will fall down. Why don't we allow free harvesting of macadamia, selling so that farmers can have money the entire year? Yeah, and if the buyer is comfortable with buying macadamia which is not even ready, what is your problem? If my buyer can buy macadamia, even if it is not very, whatever you are calling physiological mature, the person who is consuming the macadamia is the buyer. And if that person can buy, why are you limiting me to sell macadamia? And why are you limiting that buyer who would want, even if you don't want to, you want to buy and go and keep, that is your problem. So please explain on this. Because farmers are suffering. Gachagua farmers, even today, they called me. There is a problem and they want to sell the macadamia. They want to put money into their pockets the way you told them.
Okay, maybe give another follow-up to Honorable Mbui and then you can answer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The CS made reference to regulations on macadamia. I just want to confirm, have these regulations been gazetted and tabled in Parliament within the statutory timelines as expected? And secondly, can you assure the government, the country, that you have sealed all loopholes since you are a new CS for the possible production or sale of fake fertilizer?
Honorable Timothy Toroitich. Try to give the poor who haven't had an opportunity.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Now, CS, you have attributed some of the challenges facing the macadamia sector to regulations. You've said that there is a gap in terms of legislation, and you've said that you're in the process of formulating regulations, which of course will streamline the issue of marketing and pricing. Now, if you have recognized that as a challenge, and you have said you are formulating the regulations, how far are the said formulated regulations? Are they before the committee or not yet? Thank you, Chair. Honorable Speaker.
Okay, the Honorable Member for South Imenti. Member for South Imenti.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First, I will start by congratulating the CS and the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock at large for the role they are playing to develop agriculture. My question is direct. I would like the CS to tell us what action are they taking to make sure that there is an increase in production, since if we have increased production, it means that the prices or export market can be expanded. Madam Speaker, I would also like the CS to tell us what role they are playing in validation of macadamia, since we can find macadamia in the world market. Finally, Mr. CS, the issue of Marimba campus is taking too long. I'm convinced the process is still on. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Zanzam.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika. Mimi napenda kumuuliza waziri, na hii ndio swali haswa ambayo imenileta hapa bungeni leo. Mheshimiwa Waziri, ilikuwa imepitishwa katika bunge hili zile factory ya korosho iwezi kufufuliwa, ifanye kazi. Lakini Mheshimiwa Waziri, niko katika kamati ya implementation, tuliweza kuwa kule Pwani, tukawa tunategemea waziri wa kilimo aweze kufika kule ili aweze kutoa utatuzi wa shida hizi. Mheshimiwa Waziri, watu 4,000 walikuwa wanafanya kazi katika hizi factory, na wengine ambao wanategemea watu 50,000 katika huu kulima wa cashew nut. Lakini mpaka sasa, licha ya kuwa imepewa mtu ambaye ni mtu private ambaye anafanya shughuli hizi, Mheshimiwa Waziri, mpaka sasa hatujaona manufaa yoyote ya ukulima ndani ya kaunti za Pwani, Mheshimiwa Waziri. Na Mheshimiwa Waziri, mimi nasikia uchungu nikisikia jumba hili linazungumzia juu ya kahawa vile inavyostawi, majani na ukulima mwingine. Lakini Pwani sisi tumesaulika sana, Mheshimiwa Waziri. Ndio maana tuliwahitaji sana wakati huo tukienda kutembelea ule mtambo ambao umechukuliwa na private investor, lakini pia hatukuruhusiwa kuingia ndani. Na mswada huu uliletwa hapa na Mheshimiwa Owen Baya, ikawa imepitishwa kuwa ifufuliwe factory ya cashew nut ama ya korosho kule Pwani. Lakini mpaka sasa hatujaona kitu chochote. Tukiangalia pia ukulima wa nazi umedorora, umerudi chini. Ile port ni port yetu ndani ya Mombasa, lakini inaingiza nazi kutoka nje, inaingiza korosho kutoka nje, wakati wakulima wetu wa Pwani wanahangaika, wanabobea kwenye, tuseme wameishiwa kabisa, wamekuwa maskini na miti ya korosho iko. Mheshimiwa Waziri, Mheshimiwa Spika, ningependa Mheshimiwa Waziri aweze kunipa yakini. Najua hakuwepo, ilikuwa kwa yule mwenzake, lakini yeye anafanya mikakati gani kuhakikisha kuwa factory ya korosho inafufuliwa kama tulivyopitishwa katika bunge hili? Mumea wa maembe ndani ya Mombasa unazinduliwa, unainuka vizuri, na nazi pia, nazi zetu pia zinafufuliwa. Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi nasikia uchungu nikiona wenzangu wazungumza Macadamia bei imeshuka chini, wakati ambapo korosho, maskini ya Mungu, hata hatuna mahali tuna yakaonekana. Na ndio nilisikia uchungu hata waziri wa elimu akitoka, kwa sababu nilitaka kumuuliza zile nafasi alitoa za kazi. Mombasa tulipata 6 kutoka kwa 1056. Jamani, tuko broad based government sahihi. Na tunataka tuone matunda, ili za sisi tukisimama kwenye majukwaa tumwambie rais na tuambie wananchi rais amefanya. Lakini tunataka tuone waziri, na nyinyi ndio rais ameweka kwenye mikono yenu muweze kumsaidia kazi, akija kule nje aseme hapa nimefanya hiki nimefanya hiki, lakini mkimwangusha atapata shida kule mashinani. Kwa hiyo mimi naombea kaunti za Pwani mkorosho uweze kufufuliwa. Asante sana.
Okay, waziri. Let him answer those ones first, because there are quite a few.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First of all is the issue about Macadamia, about export versus local. When you look at when we export nut, we call it nut in shell. That is nut, you export the whole nut. And what is happening is that one of the greatest government policy is value addition. And we must agree on that. And when we export nut in shell, we are losing in terms of value addition. And we have about 38 factories, processing factories in Kenya, who cannot even find, they are operating at 20%, 30%. They cannot even find macadamia. So we are asking ourselves, why should we give macadamia when we can be able to add value to macadamia in the country? So one of the major concerns, and one of them which informs us when we are making that decision, is one, we want to make value addition. Yeah.
What's your point of information?
Thank you. With tremendous respect, yes, we have those processing companies in Kenya. But the CS has just indicated they are in the process of trying to organize farmers to form cooperatives. But there's none of those factories is owned by farmers. These are individual business people, and that is where the problem is, because they want to take advantage.
What's your question? The question is?
The issue of value addition, yes, but why don't you allow farmers to sell the way they are selling, as you organize them to form cooperative societies and then have their own factories so that they can reap the benefits of their sweat? Otherwise, they are being exploited by local cartels. And how about if the prices will be down in that March? Unless you tell us that the price will be over 120 as it is now, the way they are selling, then we can buy your argument. But if these cartels just want to have farmers produce and then they exploit them, we will not accept that, Madam Speaker.
Okay, Waziri.
Okay, much we have had, but I would say that also being investors in Kenya, individuals are allowed by, it's business, normal business. I think we cannot criminalize the people who are investing in this country. So what we are also agreeing with the processors is that while we would like you to add value, we also guarantee a minimum price for the farmer. That is what we are saying, and that's what we have agreed, and we are going to give a minimum price which they have to buy on. And if they regulate on that, then we open it up. Yes, when you open up.
I think allow him, the minister, to...
Yes. The other issue is the ban on harvesting. This is an issue because if you even compare this is what will happen in avocado. When the nuts go out there, they don't belong to an individual farmer, they belong to Kenya. And when they are substandard, their quality is questionable, then it becomes an issue. And the ban is just to make sure that when you open, the harvest, most of them, 90% of the nuts can be harvested as mature. But when you allow no more harvesting, continuous harvesting, it becomes an issue because quality becomes compromised, and there is issues when it is being exported out there. Fake fertilizer. I would like to confirm to the member and make sure that this time around we are determined that there will be no fake fertilizer in Kenya. That we can give. We have put all the measures. We have put teams to look at all aspects of fertilizer procurement. And so far, this time, we have distributed fertilizer for the short range season, and there have been no incidents. And it is going to happen for the same for the coming rains. We have assured the country that come January, we will have all the fertilizers in the country for the next season. And we are sure it will be fake, it will not be fake, it will be quality fertilizer. It will not be fake. The Gazette note, the rules, I'm being told that the rules, those rules are where the crops, through the crops and nut oil regulations 2020 are done for publication for allow for public participation. So we have already published them, they are going for public participation. Role of value addition. Yes, as I have indicated, the bottom-up transformation agenda, one of the key planks is value addition. And we have identified that the value chains which we are going to work on. So value addition is the key. And we are emphasizing, not only, for instance, even in our tea, our major commodities like tea, we need to add value. We don't want to export raw commodities. So value addition in all the value chains which we have identified is the key. Mariba campus, there will be a visit by 25th of this month, and the issue will be sorted out. So the delay which has been there will be sorted out. The issue about the coastal intervention in the coast provinces. Madam Speaker, in your indulgence, I'll come with a complete, comprehensive message on Wednesday.
Zamzam, you've got that? Amesema atakuja rudisha swali Wednesday next week.
Mheshimiwa Spika, hata akileta majibu next week Wednesday, nataka kwa Mheshimiwa Waziri atuhakikishie kuwa kuna barua kama implementation committee tumemtumia kuwa naye pamoja Mombasa tarehe 29. Nataka atuhakikishie atakuja kwa sababu ametukwepa sana muda mrefu. Hawa ma-CS hawaji kabisa katika mikutano yetu, ndio tuweze kutatua kule tukiwa pamoja. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Speaker.
Honorable member for Agriculture's chair.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I would like the Minister to confirm this. That first of all, we are not banning the harvesting of macadamia because he has pressure from the manufacturers or the processors, because they lobby very, very strongly. And last time, we had a ban on exportation of macadamia. It was through the lobbying of these processors. And when they lobbied, they brought down the prices of macadamia because there was no possibility for a farmer to sell anywhere else. The other thing, Honorable Speaker, the Minister should confirm is whether they have a structured way of allowing the exportation. How is the exportation managed? Because if export market is not properly managed, they allow people from outside this country to go to the farm.
Just ask the question so that...
So how is exportation structured? Is it something that is there a system? Is it predictable? Do farmers know? Where do they get this and how is it done?
Honorable Mbui.
And then finally, whether the ban is also anchored in any legislation or subsidiary legislation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank the CS for confirming that there will be no fake fertilizer going forward. And, but I want him to confirm that, earlier on he had indicated that there were regulations, and he has confirmed that there are no regulations because they have not even gone for public participation. So he has to be careful when he's responding. But I just have a follow-up question on what he said. He said he's going to set minimum prices for macadamia. My basic economics tells me that prices are set on the demand, on the forces of demand and supply. How will you be able to go beyond those forces in case there is a glut, in essence, or an excessive production of a product? How do you set the minimum wages? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Member for Kwanza.
Thank you very much. You talk about macadamia, and I just want to draw the attention of the CS that this country is importing a lot of edible oil. yet this country, particularly my area of Trans Nzoia, is
Okay,
a
so
tropical
we asking
region.
a question.
The question is, we have learned from ADC where we can plant a lot of edible, like the sunflowers. What the ministry is doing to be able to plant more of these sunflowers, which takes only 3.5 months to mature, so that you can stop importation of
Let's
edible
move
oil
away from
in
the
this country.
statement.
What are we
Just,
doing
you have
about
asked
it?
the question. Okay.
Yeah.
Honorable Weda, as long as you promise to make it brief, and then we can let Waziri to answer, and then we can close this.
Speaker, tukizungumzia Macadamia, tunafaa kuzungumzia pamoja na nuts zingine. Mwanzo hasa hii korosho, hata katika packing wanachanganya Macadamia na korosho pamoja. Sasa nilikuwa nataka pia waziri achanganye hivyo hivyo. Akizungumzia Macadamia, azungumzie korosho. Speaker, tulienda na komiti ya diaspora huko US. Tukakutana na diaspora. Walituambia, waziri nitaka ajue, ile demand ya korosho haijasifikiwa hata robo. Wanahitaji korosho sana kule. Lakini sijui kwa sababu mmea huu unatoka pwani ndio haufanywi bidii. Tunaomba waziri, mimi naona serikali hii inazingatia na wale wengine. Naomba mshughulikie sana, hii itainua Kenya kwa jumla. Hao wengine wakitoa mchai, hizo coffee, na sisi tukitoa hii, Kenya itainuka. Watoto watapata makazi.
You asked that issue. You already raised it. Asked him which measures you'll undertake to promote the korosho trade and to look at your closed factories. I think Honorable Zamzam has raised it, and he has clearly said that he will look into it. Thank you. You can proceed, Waziri, then we'll close this.
Okay, thank you, Madam Speaker. About the edible oils, I think I will start there. I had already mentioned that we have distributed 556 metric tons of sunflower this season, which we have distributed across the country for production of 200 acres of sunflower. This is one of the key interventions we are doing this season to make sure that we have edible oils in the country. So with ADC and everybody else, and actually most of it, the seed was multiplied in ADC farms in Kitare. We bought it from Zambia. We multiplied it in Kenya seed at ADC farms in Kitare, and we are now distributing across the country. So next season you will see a lot of sunflower, Honorable Member. The issue about minimum price, this is would like during even the last time when there was a ban on export of nut in shell, there was an agreement that we have to have a minimum price of 100, and it should be observed. And the condition was that if the ROCO, they don't pay 100 shillings that time, then we had the option of opening it up to competition for nut in shell exports. So it is a condition that, because I understand the farmer, the major concern for the farmer is his price. What does he get? It doesn't matter really much whether it is, for us as a government, it matters much because if it is value addition, that it adds more jobs, it adds the other things. But the farmer, if he gets his fair price, let's say 120, it doesn't matter whether it is nut in shell being exported or is being value added. But for a government or for a nation as a national interest, we would like also to have to promote the value addition. So I think that is the issue. It is not about pressure from the processors. Yes, the processors would like us to make sure that we are utilizing the capacity they have installed, but we are also interested in the welfare of the farmer. If the farmer can get a fair price, that is the first priority. That is, to me, the first priority. Then the rest can happen. Whether you are exporting or whether you are adding value here, it is important, but it is not the primary condition. The primary condition is the welfare of the farmer to get the maximum we can get. And that's why we are trying as much as we can to organize the farmers into those associations and cooperatives so that they can be able to also to collectively sell and market their macadamia nuts. I know this is a new sector which has not matured like coffee and others, but it will get there. That's why we are talking about making sure that we have regulations so that it starts getting semblance of order, because currently it doesn't have much order in terms of what is happening.
Okay, I think we are done, Waziri. Thank you for your time, and you may now be released. Majority Leader. I think already the Speaker has asked, has already put in that request. In fact, there is a Speaker's ruling on that matter. The substantive Speaker pronounced himself on it. And the Majority Deputy, Majority Leader was already informed to make sure that he writes the letter. The letter goes out to the Cabinet Secretary's office, so it's done. Again, that will go, usually, you don't get a response from here on that. Letters go out formally from Office of the Clerk of the National Assembly. All right, thank you. You may walk them out.
Yes.
Thank you.
So can you read the next order? Order number 8. Just read it, and then we skip it. Okay, just read the next order.
Order number 9, the Kenya Revenue Authority Amendment number 2 Bill, National Assembly Bill number 35 of 2024, second reading.
I think we'll put the question at a later date. So we can move to the next order. Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the Kenya Revenue Authority Amendment Bill number 2, Bill of 2024, National Assembly Bill number 35 of 2024, be read the second time. The bill published on 9th July, Honorable Speaker, 2024, and it was read for a first time on the 15th of August, 2024. Honorable Speaker, this bill contains amendments that seek to support education and training by Kenya School of Revenue Administration, KESRA, to provide for the appointment of Deputy Commissioner by the Commissioner General and to give the Cabinet Secretary power to waive the penalties payable by an appointed agent who fails to transfer funds collected. Honorable Speaker, I just want to put this in perspective so that it is very easy for members to understand what this bill is about. So I just want to it's okay. So I just want to make it very simple. One, what does this bill intend to do? It is to allow KESRA, the Kenya the Kenya School of Revenue Administration, to be able to collaborate with other institutions. That's the first thing. That it can collaborate with universities, with colleges, and other institutions so that it can provide higher learning and better qualification for people that are going there. That's the first thing. The second thing, Honorable Speaker, is to give power to, and this is controversial and I will speak about it later, to give power to the Commissioner General to appoint deputy commissioners of the Commission, the Kenya Revenue of the Authority. That's the second thing. The third thing that this bill intends to do, there are four things. So one of them is to streamline, it will protect, no, not that one, to give powers to the minister in waiving of penalties. That's the third thing. Give power to the minister, minister in charge of Treasury, to waive penalties. And the third thing is to protect businesses and entrench fair tax administration. In a nutshell, this is what this bill is about. Those 4 things. Dr. Mutunga, you got me right? You know, sometimes as a teacher, I have to check on my students. He can easily have been my student. You know, I started teaching at the university before him. So, Honorable Speaker, those are the key things about this bill. So I just want to go clause by clause now so that it is understood. So, Honorable Speaker, the Kenya School of Revenue Administration, which is a subject of this bill, Kenya School of Revenue Administration, KESRA, was established in 1995 as Kenya Revenue Authority Training Institute, KATRI. The school is one of the only 4 World Customs Organizations, WCO, accredited regional training centers, RTCs, in Eastern and Southern Africa, the one that is in Mombasa. The institution not only offers training in revenue administration for KRA staff, but also students from other institutions and regional students. The school is one of the only 4 World Customs Organization accredited regional training customs in Eastern and Southern. So that's how special. In Africa, I think, we only have 4 of these, and therefore this one in Kenya is one of them. So that is about KESRA, Honorable Speaker. It is a subject to give it power to be able to collaborate with other institutions. Honorable Speaker, in clause 2, the bill proposes to amend section 5 of the Kenya Revenue Authority Act to provide for a legal framework for the Kenya School of Revenue Administration to offer or collaborate with other institutions of higher learning to provide programs in revenue administration, develop curricula, and assess or examine students and award qualifications. Honorable Speaker, clause 3 proposes to amend section 13 of the Kenya Revenue Authority Act to provide that the deputy commissioners shall be appointed by the Commissioner General. Previously, the law provided for appointment of the deputy commissioners by the board. Now, Honorable Speaker, this is a bit controversial, and in my thinking, we need to amend that. So, Dr. Oundo, please prepare to bring an amendment on that. I think, yes, I think, personally, I think there's something, we need to give the power to the board, not to the Commissioner General, but that is what the law says. Honorable Speaker, the amendment is in line with good corporate governance practices where the Commissioner General, CEO, is responsible for the staff of the institution, while the board appoints the Commissioner General only. But, Honorable Speaker, that is debatable. Honorable Speaker, in clause 4, the bill seeks to amend section 15A of the Act to give the Cabinet Secretary power to waive the penalty payable by an appointed agent who fails to transfer funds collected if the failure was inadvertently, and that's very important, or the person has been put under receivership or statutory management. This is a key thing, a key pillar of this bill, and members need to really think about it, so that we don't, I don't know whether Dr. Oundo got this correct, you know, that this bill, what it tries to do, and I want you, Dr. Oundo, to you know, you're taught at the university earlier than me. No, I think almost the same time. The bill seeks to amend section 15A of the Act to give the Cabinet Secretary power to waive the penalty payable by an appointed agent who fails to transfer funds collected if the failure was inadvertent. That is one. Or the person has been put under receivership or statutory management. That is what that clause 4 intends to do. Honorable Speaker, this section provides that the Commissioner may appoint agents for revenue banking services who are qualified to transfer all the funds collected to central bank accounts. It also provides for a penalty where an agent fails to transfer the funds. Honorable Speaker, the amendment recognizes that for various reasons not deliberated on the part of the agents, they may be unable to remit the funds. Therefore, the amendment is to allow the Cabinet Secretary to waive the penalty in the case of system downtown, downtime, non-compliance that is not deliberate, receivership or statutory management, and force majeure. Sometimes an agent may fail to remit funds, not because he wanted to, but at the time when he wants to remit funds, the system is on downtime. And if there's downtime, then it might attract penalty, not because he wanted to, but it was inadvertent. And therefore, we give the Cabinet Secretary a power to waive the penalty, not the payment, the penalty on the money that has not been remitted on time. Honorable Speaker, in summary, and the MP for Kathiani, I can see, is listening very keenly. In summary, the bill is important for the following reasons. It will empower the Kenya School of Revenue Administration to collaborate with other institutions, which is important. 2, it will streamline KRA operations in the appointment of deputy commissioners. 3, it will protect business and entrench fair tax administration. And 3, it will enable the waiving of penalties in exceptional cases. Honorable Speaker, I therefore urge the members to support the bill. This is a very small bill. It's just 4 clauses that we are amending, Honorable Speaker, and I think I have made it easy for anybody listening to understand what this bill is about. And there are certain issues that we may want to amend as Parliament, because this is a proposal that is coming in. I believe the appointment of deputy commissioners of KRA should not be done by the CEO. It should be done by the board and not the CEO. And this is debatable, but the bill proposes that the CEO be given the opportunity to appoint deputy commissioners. But unilaterally, I think there must be checks and balances, Honorable Speaker, so that we ensure that it is done properly. So, Honorable Speaker, I move and request the Honorable Oundo, a learned man from the University of Nairobi, to second.
Thank you.
Proceed.
Honorable Speaker, let me thank the majority deputy party leader in the August in the National Assembly for asking me to second the Kenya Revenue Authority Amendment Bill number 2 of 2024. Honorable Speaker, as I support, I just want to raise a few concerns here and there, because this bill is published under the name of Kimani Ichung'wah, Leader of Majority. I presuppose Leader of Majority Party. And indeed, I would imagine, so to speak, in the old constitutional dispensation, it will be called a government bill, so it must have gone through a bit of consultation before it's published. The entire, even the mover himself, who happens to be the author of the bill, has misgivings on some of these bills, some of these clauses, and probably reinforces the view being held outside there that probably this house could easily become a conveyor belt. But that's besides the point. Let me stand here to support the bill as moved by the Leader of Majority Party. And of course, like any typical bill, is now the property of the National Assembly. The National Assembly can do with whatever it wants to do with it, and to the point, it gets to the final end. Honorable Speaker, of course, it's a short bill, basically to put a few things here and there. I have misgivings on clause 2, and that is 2A, that we need to review, because allowing the Kenya School of Revenue Administration to develop of curricula, assessment or examination of students, and awarding of certificates. Honorable Speaker, for you to award a certificate and ensure the certificate is recognized internationally or in other places, there must be a process of certification or accreditation. I do hope and pray it's the old intention of the mover of the bill that they will seek accreditation from the Council of University Education, because of them collaborate with the higher institution of higher learning that has only to be the university, or they will seek authority from the TVET authority, as well as Kenya National Examination Council. Otherwise, then their certificate will be only good to work in KRA and nowhere else outside and within this country or outside this country. So this is an area we must apply ourselves and see how to amend, make sure it's in tandem with reality. Clause 3, Honorable Speaker, is the one that is the most mischievous, and I really wonder how somebody who really believes in tenets of corporate governance would want to give the cabinet, the commissioner, the absolute authority to appoint his or her deputies. This is a complete abuse of power, and I would, as I second, I would request the committee that's involved, I hope they have seen the mischief here, will seek probably a complete deletion of the clause. Honorable Speaker, again, clause 4 is another fairly, I want to call it controversial. An agent is required to collect taxes on behalf of KRA. The date of remission or submission is clearly agreed upon in good time. To talk about system failure is serially handing the agent the right or the opportunity to really abuse that privilege. I would really, in any case, if you know the last day is going to be tomorrow, a prudent professional or manager as an agent will seek authority to remit in fairly good time, because when the system gets clogged, it will obviously delay. So somebody can actually use it to misbehave. Again, I would believe that when the commissioner appoints an agent, they will put into place adequate measures to ensure that the agent is solvent. Now again, to imagine that such an event, that notification of the person that has been put under receivership or statutory management, prevent transfer of funds, I would really have thought that KRA would have taken in due diligence to ensure that the agent is financially sound, and if there are any signs, because by the time you are put under receivership or you are under statutory management, there has been a process. Once such intention is filed, at that particular moment, KRA should terminate the agent's agreement so that the taxpayers of Kenya do not miss out any money. Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, Kenya Revenue Authority is central to the survival and management of affairs of this country. We continuously plead and request that they also ensure they do not kill businesses, they support businesses in view of the hard economic times. Likewise, Honorable Speaker, as it has been ventilated here before, let KRA reflect the face of Kenya so that every Kenyan can feel part and parcel of this gravy train that normally generates everything. Honorable Speaker, of course, during our days, there was only one university, the University of Nairobi. These other small colleges have just emerged over time just to compete. With those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I second.
Honorable members, allow me to propose the question. I now propose the question that the Kenya Revenue Authority Amendment number 2 Bill, National Assembly Bill number 35 of 2024, be read a second time.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think this bill, short as it is addressing a very important function and responsibility of the Kenya Revenue Authority in terms of development of the curriculum in consultation with other institutions. I agree that the term section 2 BA, offering directly or in collaboration with other institutions of higher learning. The question of developing the curriculum is already addressed from that perspective. Therefore, the issue of accreditation, the one Honorable Oundo has spoken about, to my understanding, is addressed by Section 2B1. However, I agree that this bill needs to be amended further, because we can't have a commissioner having the power to appoint his deputy. Mr. Speaker, these powers, because even if you look at other institutions, this is a very high position, and this needs to be lessened at the responsibility of the board. I therefore ask that we do a further amendment on that and release this responsibility to the board. Madam Speaker, I am of the view that we define the term agent in this bill, because just saying the agent, we need to be very clear on which agent are we talking. Is it an individual agent? Is it an institution that is collecting revenue on behalf of KRA? I think that is not defined properly. Number two, Madam Speaker, which system downtown, which system fails? Is it the system of the agent, or is it the system of KRA? If, for example, the agent is the bank, we need to be very careful to say the system that has failed is the system of KRA. It's not accepting the transfer, or it is the system of the agent that is not able to transmit the information to KRA. So those clarifications, Madam Speaker, I think they need to be taken into account. As it is, Madam Speaker, those amendments, if they are done, then we can proceed and approve the bill. But as it is, Madam Speaker, I have my reservation on the same. Thank you.
The Honorable Robert Mbui.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity to also add my voice to this bill. Madam Speaker, KRA is Kenya's tax collector, and we must be very, very careful as a House anytime dealing with matters, taxation, even if it's just, seems like it's an easy thing. It's not, it cannot be easy, because whenever we are dealing with KRA, we are dealing with powers for them to collect taxes, we are dealing with powers for them to waive, we are dealing with powers for them to even collect more. So, Madam Speaker, it's something we have to take seriously. I rise to oppose this bill, totally, in totality, every single clause of this bill. Madam Speaker, the first thing is when they are saying that they want to create an institution, or rather to give this Kenya School of Revenue Administration powers to collaborate with institutions of higher learning, so that probably they can be able to give certifications that are provided in other institutions of higher learning. Yet, Madam Speaker, we must ask ourselves, from the inception, what was the purpose of this institution? Was it supposed to be offering degrees, diplomas, master's degrees and doctorates? Probably that wasn't the reason. And Madam Speaker, today afternoon we have spent a lot of time with the CS for education, and one of the problems that we are talking about is the stress that is in our public universities. Here we are creating competition for our public universities when we are allowing every institution to be also offering the same courses that are being offered at the public universities. So, Madam Speaker, on that score, I object, and I think this is not the right thing to do. Madam Speaker, the second issue is powers to be given to the Commissioner General to appoint deputy commissioners. Even if they went to the same institution that they have there, it would teach them very basic rules on public or corporate management or governance. And it tells you that it is only the board that can appoint the people that work under the person that is running any department. You cannot be the one that is running a department and all the people that are working immediately under you, you're the one who's recruiting. There has to be a body to do recruitment. Government of Kenya has even a ministry that deals with recruitment. Parliament of Kenya has a Parliamentary Service Commission that deals with recruitment. You cannot have a person given an office and then they, give themselves the power to be the ones that appoint the people that are working under them. That should be vested with the board. And so on that score, I also object. Madam Speaker, the powers being given to the CS to be able to waive penalties. Madam Speaker, I have listened to the explanation given by the deputy leader of the majority party. And Madam Speaker, clearly, the explanation is given as that work can be done by the commissioners in KRA. When he says that, the CS can be able to give a waiver because there may be sometimes there's a downtime and the agent cannot be able to do certain things on time. Isn't that an explanation that the commissioners can also understand? I mean, it's like making it seem like it's rocket science. It's basic common sense. If the systems have failed, no one can make a payment, they cannot be punished. And the person who can listen to that is even a junior officer, not even a commissioner. So on that one, I also believe that this bill fails the test of time. So, Madam Speaker, I want to oppose this bill, and I want to say that if you listen to the speakers that have come before me, including the proposer and the seconder, they are quietly and in a veiled way also opposing. So therefore, I would even request the deputy leader of the majority to withdraw this bill so we can get to do some serious business of the House. Madam Speaker, I submit.
I see there are no more interventions. You can go to the next order. I'll not propose I'll not put the question. We shall continue with debate. No, I can't see anyone who's Honorable Dorothy Kiara. Do you want to speak to this?
Madam Speaker, I'm just interested in the next order, which is the coffee bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Okay, the next order.
Order number 10, Committee of the Whole House.
What's your point of order, Majority Leader?
Chair, looking at how important this bill is at this particular instance, Honorable Speaker, and for us to give it due attention, and looking at how people are tired and all that, Honorable Speaker, and look at the importance of this, both in the sector and in the regions that coffee is grown, I would really like to step down this bill for now, so that we give it all due attention and with renewed energy and vigor in the next sitting on Monday, that we'll prioritize it, Honorable Speaker, with the indulgence and acceptance of the Chair. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Speaker, I have no objection to that proposal by the Leader of Majority. Thank you.
Okay, so I think we can leave it and request that the business will request the Speaker with the Business Committee to give it priority at the most immediate date. Okay, move of the bill, you want to report? You want to report the decision to stand it down until further notice?
Honorable Speaker, I would like to report that we have agreed to stand down the bill at the Committee of the Whole until at such a time when it is scheduled for the third reading. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
That's acceptable. Okay, let's move to the next order. Okay, what's your point of order, Honorable Oundo?
I just want to sincerely request the chair of the Agriculture Committee to mobilize to the very least all the members of the Cultural Committee by the time we are being scheduled for for Committee of the Whole House. Ask all the members of the Cultural Committee to be at least present, because I've interacted with this bill quite often. They can actually guide debate in the Committee of the Whole House. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minority Whip.
Honorable Speaker, it's really quite unfortunate that we are in this state at this moment. Because this bill, Honorable Speaker, has really been stepped down either by circumstance or even now by the mover himself for obvious reasons, Honorable Speaker. My only challenge is that looking at the very packed calendar, next week, Honorable Speaker, it is really not practically possible even to have it on Monday or Tuesday. So I do not know how we will be able to navigate, but in agreement with what Dr. Uda has said, that at the point it gets scheduled, I think now we put it upon the Agriculture Committee and the Agriculture Chair himself to mobilize his team. His 15 members, all the people from the coffee growing areas, so that they can have interest in this matter. And
Also remember you're the majority whip, so you're also supposed to be in charge of whipping the members. So you can't be delegating.
Honorable Speaker, as the majority whip, I also have the powers to delegate. Now I delegate and appoint the chair of agriculture to do that and to action that. Thank you.
Well, members, I think honestly, we do know that there is a lot of interest by members on this particular bill. And I think it would be unfair and not doing justice to the bill if it's done, if we proceed with it now. And in fact, actually, most members assume, because we had two ministers here today, the presumption was that the cabinet secretaries would normally take the usual time up to 9 p.m. I don't think they expected us to be that efficient. So I think with that, Yes, your permission.
Honourable Speaker, let me inform the House that today's status quo, the situation we are in right now, is because of the way the order paper was. There was a lot of business, and then we actually could have stood down the business we've just dispensed. Because there were members of my committee were waiting, members of the coffee caucus were waiting, so they have been waiting. Even yesterday, they were full house here. So sometimes we cannot blame members. And the majority whip should do his job. He should not transfer his responsibilities when things go west. When things seem to be going south, don't transfer responsibility to me. Thank you.
Yes. Did you want to say something, Honorable Dorothy Kiara?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to underscore the fact that the coffee bill is a very, very important bill for this country. And Madam Speaker, I want to say it should not be a reserve of only the coffee growing areas. This is a cash crop grown in Kenya, and all of us members should be present to be able to execute, because the areas where coffee is grown today might not be the areas where coffee will be grown tomorrow. So, Madam Speaker, let the whip sweep people so that all members are present as we execute the business of the day. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. And I think in future, the chairperson for agriculture, sometimes if you find that this is a very important bill and it's time bound, sometimes you can just come and whisper to the speaker, and the speaker can rearrange the order paper. So I think he has a discretion to do that. Honorable Mugambi.
You know, this is a very important bill, Madam Speaker, and I think you as the sitting speaker, you have an obligation to inform the speaker, whoever is going to be there on Monday, that we alter the calendar for that day. I don't believe it is the responsibility of the chairman per se.
No, please sit down, let him finish.
Yeah, that it's him to come and whisper to the speaker. That's all what I was trying to say. That you are also, because of the importance of this bill, I think it is so important that the activity of that day can be amended by the House Business Committee to accommodate this. So I really, in as much as the chief whip want to inform me, it is part and parcel of the House Business Committee, and is part and parcel of the coffee growing zone. Is part and parcel of the mobilization of this House. So he cannot run away and he can't inform me. What he needs to be is to support me to how this motion will be, this bill will be discussed on Monday. Not to inform me. If you inform me anything else apart from that, Madam Speaker, I will not accept to be informed.
No, Honorable Mugambi, I think what we've agreed is that I've already directed that the deputy majority leader ensures that it's appropriately placed at the next order paper. But I'm also saying where in some cases you find that the timetable is going a bit off schedule, and you as a chairperson normally would know how many clauses are left and the importance and the priority of it, then you can even still raise it here on the floor, and the speaker will actually reorder the order paper. So I think let's close that debate. We are done with that. What's the next order?
Order number 11, the Unclaimed Financial Assets Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 15 of 2024, second reading.
Your point of order?
Honourable Speaker, in the same spirit in which we dealt with the Committee of the Whole for the coffee bill, with the indulgence of the members that are here, I would like to request that you accept my proposal to stand down order number 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, I know I need to do it one after the other, that I know, Honorable Speaker, but I thought I could do something called guillotine. And you can use standing order number 1 to allow that we allow the guillotine on this, so that we stand all of them down in one sweep, and therefore we pick them in the next time when we reschedule all these bills. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
You're having too many points of order. What's your point of order?
Honorable Speaker, what the Deputy Leader of Majority is saying is that we have no quorum. I rise on the point of order number 35, that this House considers the business we're discussing as lacking sufficient quorum for any decision that we need to make.
I think I will rule in favor of the lack of quorum and for us to adjourn. We can ring the bell for 5 minutes. Honorable members. It's okay, I can see the time from there. Honorable members, and the time being 19:45, 100 hours, this House stands adjourned until Thursday, 21st November 2024 to 2:30 p.m.